All right, good morning, everybody. There it goes, huh? All right, let's make sure that we are fully operational battle station here. If you can hear me, hey Dennis, good morning. If you can hear me and I sound okay, hit that number 1, please, if you don't mind. Is Dennis the only person here? Okay, thank you, Olive Oil. Hello, hello. Can anybody hear me? And now the moves finally come. Frank, Jim, very good. Wow, almost had 10 likes. I like this group already. If you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, please remember to hit that like button. That helps out, and we'll keep the stream going. And today could be a pretty lively stream. Well, congrats to anybody that's short. This just illustrates kind of how my week has been going for the most part. We'll let some more people get here before I go through that, but yeah. Now it's bleeding. Is anybody short right now? Hopefully nobody's hopefully nobody is long from anticipating the breakout of the 200 period right there. That'd be well, I would assume if you're in a prop account, that account is gone. And if you're in a real money account, I don't know how much money you have left in that account. So hopefully nobody did that. If anything, hopefully people are shorting up around here. Which is what I alerted to our private community, and I'll show that. And I did not take the trade, but I'm going to wait until about 11 o'clock because that's when this is supposed to start, and then I'll give the context of my day. I guess we'll call it prop firm mental risk management that I'm deploying right now, which kind of will illustrate the power of prop firms too. But yes, I am in prop firm, what did I just call it? Prop firm mental risk management right now. Again, I'll explain at 11. That way, if anybody asks later on in the stream, hey, what are you doing? I can be like, hey, should have been on time. Should have been on time. But it would not be necessarily fair to start to explain all that and then tell the people that showed up on time, well, you should have, you get it. Should have showed up earlier. All right, we got a hammer candle here. So is this some sort of bottom here forming? I'll buy down there at that green line. If it wants to come down, see if this is some sort of early signal of a bottom forming or not. Beautiful hammer candle here, though. Maybe I'm being greedy, wanting it to come all the way back down to that green line. Perhaps I should be buying right now. I guess I really could. You could buy right there, wait for it to come up there at 60, and then put your stop right below there. So about a 20-point risk. The Red Tiger saw the community chat. I thought it was not normal having partial fills at... yeah. This morning was a little unique. I got several partial fills, and it was... It's just been like this for me all week long, but it's been a week kind of me complaining, and I don't like that, but at the same time, I think it's just from a transparency sake. Hopefully that offers up people to let to let others know that if you've ever been there, you're not alone. Not alone. We all, trading is a psychological battle. Sometimes we're fighting lack of confidence, which is where I'm at right now, but I've been here many times before. I know it'll pass, and then all of a sudden I'll find myself in the battle of having to fight, arrogance and cockiness because everything just seems so easy. Like I can do no wrong. All I do is press buttons and it's easy money. I've also been there before, and that's, where you enter in the other end of the spectrum of needing to, remind yourself that trading is not easy. So if it feels easy, it's probably you getting a little arrogant and cocky. So all things will come and pass. How are all your days going though? Hopefully better than mine. Some people I know thrive in these sorts of environments, but yeah, this has not been. Once again this morning, very very tricky. I mean, this candle right here, right before the open, that was crazy. That was a wild move. So that's one of those things where, hopefully you were in a prop firm because man, that was nasty, nasty move. And then of course it came back down, and then just chop, 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 and then finally some push through there. But yeah, how are your days going? I lost 500 on my funded test. Hey, I pretty sure you're not the only person out there with a red day. Frank is up 12. Good job, Frank. Are these pro accounts, Frank, or what? Yeah, this hasn't been my morning with crazy moves down 400. Yeah, yep. All right, I'll go ahead and cancel that order out now since it seems like it's bouncing. Maybe I'll look to try to take some sort of short here. But yes, in hindsight, I should have took that, shoulda, coulda, woulda. Talking about just buy it for 360. Yeah, that'd be already 10 points up. Gotcha, Frank. Now the question is this a dead cat bounce? Potentially. So I'm going to keep a close eye on it. Wow, almost at 25 likes, and we're not even very good. So as a reminder, if you've been here before and you know you're going to like, just hit that like button. And it really doesn't matter whenever you hit it, so there's no need to really save them because we won't even have those future tests. Like if we get to one of those moments like, all right, I'd like to get at least another 20 in the next XYZ amount of time. Well, if you hit the like right now, then at that point it might only be, all right, well, let's just get 5 more. So I know some of you are like, well, I'm going to save mine until one of those moments. Well, you're not really saving it because one of those moments, the moment will just need to be less. Probably not going to trade today. I don't blame you at all in that regard. An SOH day, SOH standing for sit on hands, an SOH type of day might be the best day for traders on days like this. I will look to short up here, but I first want to see it come up through there and then try to capture it on the way back down. So it's got to push up through that green line there, which is the 21 EMA. Hey, did you ever look at ETF Diamond? Oh, no. Did not look at that one. Hello, sir. I'm Indian. Cool. Well, welcome. The nice thing that I officially like about Pam's plant and the prop firm that I'm using is it just makes my life answering, the questions easier from people from India. Because I always get a lot of people reaching out from Canada, the UK, Australia, UK. I think I already said UK. The Europe, and then India. Like, hey, what broker do you represent? I'd like to trade the U.S. markets. And there's never really been a clean, per se, answer. But now it's just like, hey, if you want to trade the U.S. markets, you want to be a day trader of the U.S. markets, not have to have $25,000, then let me tell you about Take Profit Trader. So even from that regard, I am very poor, sir. Well, you could get started for 105 U.S. dollars. All right, watching. You're going to want to see it come up through that green line. But regardless, point being, it is nice to now be able to give people from India, like, oh yeah, you can do the markets, do this, and just like that. Same with people in Australia and Canada. Lots of Canadians. Hey, yeah, Bruce, good morning. Am I being picky? Should I just be getting short right now with a stop above there? Maybe. I'm gonna stick with my original plan. If you were short already saying, Clay, no, I'm not waiting for that. I'm getting short now. Stop above that area. I don't blame you one bit. We'll let hindsight be our judge on if that was a good decision, but I would not call you illogical in the least. I see the logic if that's what you're doing. After a lot of trial and error with scalping and day trading, finally tried swing trading, and it's working a lot better for me. Gotcha. Yeah, swing trading is it's a good feeling until you get one of those gaps. Then attitudes towards swing trading can occur. To be fair, you could always get a gap in your direction, but you got to be careful. I have been on your channel for 2 years. Well, thank you. Hopefully you're enjoying. Hopefully you're finding some value. Is anybody short right now? Choppy day, but finally a break of the range. Hit good to the done. Yeah, finally it showed up. I got SPY calls. Well, Mason, I hope you are not day trading SPY calls. If you are day trading options, as I seemingly now talk about every single day, which is good because apparently a lot of people out there are working very inefficiently. Hey, LMD, good evening. Yes, Mason, hopefully that's like a swing trade you're doing. Because day trading options is mathematically, verifiably, just not good. All right. Technically. Well, are you day trading them, Mason, or are you swing trading them? That's my main question. Are you day trading those options that you have, or are you swing trading them? All right, there we go. Okay. Well, never mind. I wanted it to come back down. It's not coming back down, and even if it were, my risk profile is going to be too big. So never mind on that one. I'll try to wait for... I'm glad I waited for confirmation, because if I would have just shorted right there, boom. So we'll see what happens up around here from the short side. That could be an area of congestion and that rejects the price back down. Switch to futures is a no-brainer. Wish I did earlier. Yep, I'm with you too, Nick. Wish I would have changed to day trading futures a whole lot earlier than I did. So yes, as somebody that's coming from day trading stocks and options, I can say after having the opportunity to compare the two, day trading stocks, day trading options is pure and utter just garbage. It's just futures are so much better, and then you factor in the prop firm angle, and it just becomes a no-brainer decision. But yes, day trading options is just absolutely ridiculous. The epitome of working harder, not smarter. Still waiting for Mason to answer to see if I got to give him the little quick presentation or not. Or I guess if anybody else here day trades options, you're thinking, wait, what are you talking about? What do you mean I'm not? What do you mean I'm working harder, not smarter? What do you mean there's a better way? If you are interested, just let me know in the chat box. I'm happy to explain because it only takes about 60 seconds, if that. Still waiting till 11 a.m. and then I'll explain my day and kind of what I'm doing right now, my prop firm mental risk management that I have deployed. Finally back from the depths of Hades, got caught. Got caught in that nasty move from 397. Oh, on the long side? Did you stop out, or are you saying you held and hoped this whole time? What are you saying here, Force Fed? What do you mean you're finally back? What do I think about copy trader? I think copy trading is great. Not only can it, explode your results, but it's a very good risk management tool. It's a way in which risk can be managed very interestingly, actually. Oh boy, Force Fed. Was that the plan? You were planning on adding on the way down, Force Fed, or did you just start to do that out of nowhere? Is trading a profitable business? I would not call it a business. I would call it, it can be an income stream, but can it be your only stream of income? I don't think so. I think the pressure would collapse in on people. That's why I preach around here. I think the most profitable business is a business of multiple streams of income. And that's not some brilliant discovery on my part. That's just, if you go study wealthy people, you'll notice one common thing. They have many streams of income. So I think, and my goal and what I preach around here and the culture I want to build are those people that want to build a business of multiple streams of income. Your name is the trader and you're asking that. I'm not sure what you're saying, Joshua. I'm guessing you're cracking it. There must have been something funny, but I'm not. The humor is going over my head right now. I just passed a 25K test account or test phase with your code. One, or how many did you do, Calvin? A little of okay. All right. Well then, I'm glad you just I'm glad your degen ways worked out. I started another one and got that one up to 735 for the day, and I'm on my third one this stream. I need 5. Okay, so you're not copy trading, Kelvin. You're just you're doing one at a time. Gotcha. Cool. Oh, gotcha. All right, Joshua. That makes sense. That makes sense. That's a good point. Good observation. All right, 1 minute till 11, and then I'm going to go into my day, and we'll see what happens. You use stop losses, and now you're starting to pass tests? That's crazy, Kelvin. Isn't that weird how that works like that? You start to manage risk, and you start to see some progress. Crazy. What a coincidence. The only way it could ever be your only stream of income is if your living expenses were extremely low. Right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it could be, but even if they were really low, even if your your rent, for example, was, let's just even call it $100 a month, there's going to be a psychological component of, okay, I need to make $100 or I can't pay my rent. So, and that right there's enough psychological games that can come about, even if it's only $100 per month in rent, or my grocery budget is only $50 per month. I realize these numbers are asinine, but the point is, if there's a number there and then that number is your goal, well, then that's where the psychological games can pop up. Hey, Fairchild, good to see you. I was up 1,500 on my test and lost 5. Okay, well, you're still overall trending in the upwards direction. All right, we are at 11 o'clock, so I'm going to go quickly into what's been going on and how and why right now I'm in just what I'm calling prop firm mental risk management. I am extremely irritated and frustrated. If you've been on the live stream this week, can I gift you a laptop, please? Yeah. Come on, man. Come on. No, I can gift you something even better than a laptop, the trader one. I can gift you a job application. I assure you, my friend, that's the best gift I could give you, is a job application to somebody around you that's hiring. Okay? That is by far the best gift anybody could ever give you, is a job application. I promise. It seems, but I'm telling you, when you extrapolate that out to the over your life, that'll be the best thing. That'll be the most loving gift anybody could ever give you. Hey, childlike innocence, Captain Crunch. You sound well, if I sound frustrated, I am frustrated. Anyways, so if you've been on the live stream, you know it's been a frustrating week for me. Misery loves company, and I appreciate a lot of you being transparent in the chat room. Also, hey man, it's been a struggle for me. I know in our private community, a lot of people said it's a struggle. It's just the week has not really jived too well with me. It's an overall green week. Today is a green day, but it's just been done in kind of an irritating way. So one of those things where it's just things are not going how I prefer to, but I know we go through seasons as traders. We go through ups and downs. Right now, I'm kind of struggling on the confidence area of things. But as I was telling people earlier, then all of a sudden, as a trader, you're gonna have to be battling against the cocky, the arrogance, because it seems like you can do no wrong. Seems like all you do is make money. Trading seems like it's easy, and then all of a sudden, you have to make sure you battle against the overconfidence voice. So I've been here before in terms of just being frustrated and kind of lacking confidence, but we as traders, you go up and down. So, and it's just it's been a rough week. So what am I doing? Well, within the context of Pam's Plant. So Pam's Plant, just to build context, is just an argument that if you want to be a day trader, mathematically speaking, and you can prove it just via, like I said, numbers and logic. Day trading day trading futures through a prop firm is a very wise way to go about it. And this is, this is exactly why. So, really quickly, a prop firm, you purchase a certain amount of purchasing power, and then you have to show that you can trade. So you then go from the test after you pass into the pro, and then in these accounts, when you start to make money, you get to keep that money. But before you can get to those pro phases, you first have to pass the test. So where I stand right now, I am I have pro accounts, but I'm very close to passing 2 tests. Meaning I'm very close to moving 2 of these over into the pro category, which is always a good thing with whatever prop firm, especially with Take Profit Trader, because once you get into the pro account, you can start to make money and you can start to request payouts right away. That's not how all prop firms work. That's when a Take Profit Trader is kind of big advantages is once you get to that pro account, they brag about it, and they should brag about it. You can start requesting money in any amount from the first day in the pro account. So point being, whenever you can get a test moved into the pro, that is a good thing. And right now, I'm very close to passing 2 of these tests. So So right here, you can see, at least I think you can see, right? You can see, let's see. I'm saying see a lot, aren't I? Okay, yes, you can see. All right. So right here, I needed to get this account up to 159,000. So I'm about $800 away from passing a 150K account. Right here, I need to get this one up to 53,000, and I'm at 52.3, so I'm about $700 away from passing this 50K. But so, and then this up here is my pro account, which no trades because I'm definitely not mentally, I should not be trading a pro account with how I feel mentally right now. So now I'm thinking, all right, well, I don't want to risk just going on tilt because there's a very real threat. I'm irritated, frustrated with these ones because now all of a sudden I don't want to blow a test when I'm that close to passing. So what I did for, later on and what I'm going to do on this stream is I just created a whole new 50K account. So the goal on this one is to get it up to 53,000. But notice, I'm only at 50,235 because I literally just started it. So in other words, if my frustration seeps through over the next couple of hours and I go in degen mode or I get frustrated or just, I go on tilt, whatever it is, and I lose this account, oh well. I was not close to passing or anything like that. And if this were you doing it, so just off. So let's say you're in my shoes, the exact same things. This is why I like prop firms because just because I may go on a hot streak. So that's why I don't want to just throw myself into a pure demo. Because pure demo, if I do go on a hot streak, well, unfortunately, that hot streak benefits me nothing. But now you could say, well, yeah, Clay, but if you go on tilt and then you do really bad in the demo, well, you're not actually doing any damage. And that's a fair point. But like I said, if this were you, the question is, well, how much damage would you actually have done to yourself? And if, wrong way. So with the 50K, like I said, if this were you, the damage you would done. If I happen to blow this account, or if you would happen to blow the account, if you're in the same exact situation, you'd be out $119. So, money don't grow on trees, but I would much rather, and I would assume you would much rather lose $119 as opposed to, if, like I said, if you're using your real money and you're trading like your full account. So what would it take for me to lose the account? In other words, for them to take the account away from me? Well, I'd have to lose $2,000 within the simulator here. Because the test phase is in a simulator, and then you move and you down your journey, you'll eventually get to a live account. So when I say lose $2,000, it's not like I'm losing $2,000 of their money. But if I were to lose $2,000, then then they would take the account away from me. But again, does that mean I lost $2,000 in my pocket like it would if I go on tilt with my own funds? No, it doesn't mean I lost $2,000. It means I lost the account, or it means you would have lost the account for the $119. So that's where I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to lie to myself. I'm not going to sit here and be like, Clay, you're cool as a cucumber, brother. You're doing just fine. No, I'm not doing just fine. This week has been so frustrating. So I'm acknowledging that, and I am mitigating against that via just getting and creating a prop firm 50K account where if I blow it, I blow it. And it's not going to upset me because, like I said, I'm not anywhere close to passing. Now, if I were to go on tilt, with this account here, oh boy, that's a pro account. Those are the ones where you make money, you get paid. I don't want to lose that account. No. And then these ones here, it's not the end of the world because it's not like it's a pro account, but when you're that close to passing and then you go on tilt and lose it, that's not good either. So I may get aggressive today. I may lose. I don't know. But if I do any of that, that's the context it is happening within. So for all of you that were on time, there you go. Because I'm not going to go through that all again. So if people show up later and be like, Clay, why are you acting so aggressive? Or this, all I have to say is, you know what? You'll have to go back to the beginning. You'll have to scroll back because I'm just explaining it once and I explain it right at 11 o'clock. So when you show up on time, there you go. And that way I'm totally fair. So if people show up late, I can say, sorry, you should have been on time. Because that's where the explanation came. So, there we go. Uh-oh. What's Skozoo talking about? Some of you, you can always tell who the degens are. The degens are like, people want tilt trading. It's like, yes, that, and you wonder why most people fail trading, because most people just want to be degens. What was he saying? Usually he's fine. What was Skoju saying? Whoa, all sorts. What happened? What was he saying, Judd? Usually he's fine. What happened? Danny T, use code Clay for better results. Exactly. Oh, really? What in the world? Dude, where'd that come from, Skozu? Usually, like, you're not a troll. What in the world? Well, thank you, Judd. Thank you for being on the ball. That's wild. Yeah, code Clay. Code Clay. I got 6 kids. I got to feed them, okay? Wow, hey, what a group. We're almost at 50 likes already, and it's not even 30 minutes. So if you are, I guess if you're having a frustrating week too, or if you're just flat out enjoying, actually, no. If you are also having a frustrating week, hit the like. No other reason. Just that's, I'm curious. Is anybody else there having a frustrating week? Hit that like. Whoa. All right, that does make me feel better. We just jumped from 46 to 53, just like that. All right, yes. So yeah, if you're also having a frustrating week, hit that like button. And again, this is what I think prop firms can allow you to do. They can, if you're going to be honest with yourself emotionally and just say, yeah, you are super frustrated. You have a very real chance to go on tilt. Maybe you're already on. Well, I kind of already did. I mean, these were some aggressive trades. Now, they still had logic behind them. One was up here. So this is also where the frustration is coming from. If you blow a pro account, what happens? Then you will have to. I mean, you can have a chance to reset the pro account, Steve, but that's very expensive. So I would never do that. I would just go and get another eval. Lost my account this week. Yeah. That's you're not alone. It was. Well, I know this move right here took out some people in our community. This was just wild. I mean, think about how nasty this was. Acting like it was wanting to start to pull back, and then boom. Just like, I mean, that thing was a crazy move instantly. So one of those things where even if you had stop losses with the slippage, I mean, rough. But yeah, so just kind of another source of the frustration, the lack of confidence, and just so you can kind of see it play out. So like right here, so this is from the private community. Yeah, right here. Well, this is one of the trades I took. You can see right there. The NQ 2-minute doing battle with the 200 SMA. So that alert right there. So that was one of the trades right there. Doing battle. So you can see it did battle, pulled back. So that was a trade. And then this is the one that just was like, what is going on? But this just summarizes my week. So then I made this alert here. And I'm only pointing this out so you know I'm not just like saying stuff without providing any sort of, evidence. And then right here. 2-minute RVR short side. So risk versus reward from the short side. And the key dynamic there is to look at that time at 10:28 a.m. Eastern time is when I threw that out there. And can you guess what time on the chart I made that alert to members at? That was right at that area. Right at that area. Now, I am not saying that I would have perfectly played it from there all the way down and then covered right there. That's not my claim at all. I'm just saying, you make that alert, but then you don't quite trust yourself, and then you just watch it drift all the way down, and it just frustrates you all the more. So that's kind of the evolution of my frustration today. But as I was telling people, it's just kind of like a culmination. This week is a culmination of just a lot of. So, yeah. Everyone died to chop zones. Hey, Clay, if we are outside the USA, how does the withdrawal work? What country are you in, LMD? I don't know how it all works, but I do know that they work with pretty much people around the world. The UAE? Oh, I don't know if they're open to you. Where's the U's at? You do not, as an FYI, you do not want to see your country on this list. Oh, all right. No, looks like you're good. Looks like you're good. Up here, looking at the U's. If you're in Uganda or Ukraine, unfortunately, you're not. They would not be available to you. But yeah. All right. Well. Yeah. So I don't know exactly how it works, but yeah, there's a built-in app and that helps you convert all the money and all that. So yeah, that's not a big deal at all. All right. Well. Is this some sort of flush point area right there? So I figure I can, if I take 5 NQs, I guess I could do 10. If I risk 20 points, that's 400. No, because I want to make, because I have, let's just say things just go absolutely terrible. I want to make sure that I can do multiple trades. So I have 22, 20. So let's do some quick math here, because I do not want to roast the account in one trade. So if so I'm at 22.35, and if I risk what, $200 per trade, how many trades does that give me? Oh, I could get 11 trades. All right, I don't know if I quite need 11 trades for the live stream. 22.35. If I risk 400, how many trades would that give me? All right, I could still get 5 trades at a $400. All right, 5 trades over live stream. That's not terrible. If I risk $400 per trade, so that's 20 points. So if I do 10 NQ, or excuse me, no, not 10 NQ, 10 MNQ, that would be that'd be 20 points that I could take on. Okay, I can do that. I can do that. So let's bump this up to 10 here, which is the same as 1 NQ. But that way I can get a little over 5 trades over the course. So I don't want to risk losing it all. Clay, which features you recommend trading once you hit your profit target but still have days left? Kelvin, man, I showed you how to do a flip day already. Just flip. Yeah, that's the thing, Force Fat. I showed you, brother. All right, Clay, use your code. I'm in. Nice. Thank you. What account did you go with? 50K or? All right, we'll see how this kind of another little range here. 50. Nice, nice. Just remember, during the test phase, you're not allowed to make more than 50% of your target. So no days of over 1,500. All right, I'm liking the 5-minute here. Interesting candle taking shape. Would that be 20 points? Yeah, that could still be 20 points. What is that? Yeah, this is based mainly on the, oh, never mind. This 5-minute chart just started. So really have no idea what this candle is going to look like because we still got 4 more minutes before this candle finishes. All right, we'll see what happens. Dan, also, you can't go below the 50K on the test account. I found that out. No, you can go below 50K. I guess it depends when. But right now, I could go as low as 48. But yes, the drawdown does follow you up. Correct. Yeah, exactly, Jared. Yep. All right. Let's... Well, what we do have is a bull pennant right now. It's more so a question of, do we trust the bull pennant, or do we think this is a false bull pennant? And I can see, I'm personally leaning towards false because it is occurring in a downtrend. It doesn't mean it will be false, but that's just kind of where I was leaning. I was minus 70 in the account. Well, you must have only had $70 of drawdown left then, Dan. Do you have this column on your data? You need to have this one right here. This will tell you how much you have left to lose. Distribution, drawdown, net liquidity. Do you have that, Dan? Yeah, like what Kelvin said. If you go over the if you break the consistency rule, they'll just increase your profit target. So it's not the end of the world. I signed someone up today. Hey, thank you, Childlike. Is there a monthly fee per subscription account? No, the only monthly fee is good question, is during the test phase. So the test phase is here, but after you prove yourself and then they move you into the pro account, then there are no more monthly fees here. So that is why I say, they give you as long as you want to pass the test, but I always say you don't have to rush, but try to get it done within a month so that you don't have to pay that fee again. And maybe you're looking at this saying, but Clay, I've never come close to making $3,000 in a month. I assure you, in the world of futures, and this is part of why you should, if you want movement, which I'd assume you do as a day trader, part of the argument to trade futures is they move. They move. So $3,000 may seem like a crazy thing, but anyone that's traded futures can tell you they move, and you'll be able to do that. I thought they charged you $130 to use the chart, Clay. Well, you thought wrong. No, the $130, Kelvin, you are an enigma. I don't understand you, Kelvin. The amount of times that I know you've been here where I've talked about there's no activation fee. That's part of using code Clay. Part of using code Clay that you see is not only the 30% off, but then prop firms, when you go from the test into the pro, prop firms have what's called an activation fee. Maybe they call it something different, but you're activating the pro account. And yeah, with Take Profit Trader, who I'm using to recommend, usually that is $130. But right now, the current promotion, which again is the 30% off, but this is also $0. So it's actually a really good deal going on right now. So like I said, code Clay gives you that promotion, helps support the channel. Thank you in advance. Right here, accounts, just here. Let me just link this to you. This video right here will tell you how I set up my platform, and part of that is also how you get these columns down here. Yeah, maybe he is trolling. Be Torious, do you like Apex? I have nothing against Apex, assuming you are an intermediate or advanced prop firm trader. If you are a beginner to the prop firm world, Apex is not for you. The reason why so many people call Apex a scam is because brand new people to the prop firm world show up to it. And I can see how from that perspective, it could seem like a scam because there's a lot of rules. There's this, there's that. So no, they're not a scam. They just have a ton of rules. So in fact, right here, I guess I can just explain it. Whoops. So right there, if you're a beginner, intermediate, or advanced, Take Profit Trader is friendly across the board. If you are intermediate or advanced, then yeah, Apex, I don't have any problem with. But in the spirit of trying to give people a nice, smooth transition into the world of prop firms, where you have a clean set of rules and all that, Take Profit Trade. Well, I think they're the best prop firm out there regardless. But especially for the beginner, so much more clean, so much more straightforward. Apex, yeah, like I said, there's a reason why a bunch of people call them a scam. Not because they are a scam, but because too many beginners sign up with Apex and then they just get destroyed because of all the rules and all the nooks and crannies and all this sort of stuff. So yeah, that's my thought. I don't have anything against them, assuming you are intermediate or advanced in the prop firm trading world. But if you're a beginner, just start with Take Profit Trader, figure things out, and then if you want to expand your empire, then yeah, you could look at Apex. How do you show that? Okay, Aaron, I just put a link in the chat, a couple up above you, so do that. I bought 50K, 5 accounts, so I have to pass the test for each. Yes, yep. Each account you got to pass. All right, we're approaching the bottom part of this area. So I want to see this, at least a couple more candles, and then a break, and I'll short. And then I'll have a nice stop right here. But I don't want to take it on this candle. It seems like it's kind of drifted down, but I want to see it consolidate out. Is that TradingView or Thinkorswim? It's neither, Rocky. What I'm doing is twofold. I am trading through a prop firm. So the prop firm that I'm using, if you just use that link, step 1, you would select the purchasing power that you want. And then after you do that, they'll ask you what platform do you want. And what you see here is Tradeovate. Now, the key thing here is you do not need to go to Tradeovate separately and create an account. The nice thing about the prop firm is they'll do all that for you, so you get to skip that headache. And then they'll send you the login information. So Take Profit Trader will create your Tradeovate account for you, send you the login information, and then you can just log in and get started. If you are enjoying, friendly reminder, hit that like button. Let's make a run up to 75 likes here if we can. As I tell people, this stream is based off of people's interest. We almost had a 4-hour stream yesterday. Previous day, we did have a 4-hour stream. So as long as I see those likes continuing to creep up, I assume people are interested. As long as I know people are interested, I'll continue to keep the party going. So yes, hit that like button if you are indeed enjoying. I don't know. Or is this a long here? I could see it either way. Then just put a stop right there. Yeah, Rocky Sam, Take Profit Trader is a lot cleaner in the rule department. I mean, there's still rules. There's still good rules that'll force you to focus on risk control and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, Apex is just a whole nother level of rules. So as a beginner, yeah, I think Take Profit Trader is and even if you're not, I would say, why don't you at least still get some accounts with Take Profit Trader? Because that's the thing. I mean, you can have multiple accounts with multiple prop firms, but as far as this live stream is concerned and Pam's Plant, I'm just trying to bring in new people, ease them into the world of Pam's Plant, and I think Take Profit Trader does that the smoothest. Kelvin, just stop talking about them. I don't know. We're not going to muddy the waters. Stop, Kelvin. We don't want to. I don't want to muddy the waters. Because the quickest way, and there are little psychological tests out there to cause people to just kind of shut down and to not take any more, not to take any more steps forward, is to overwhelm them. Too much information, too much choices, too much this, too much that. There are, like I said, there's psychological studies out there that proves to just cause people to shut down. And I mean, I don't think that's really shocking. When you have so many choices, yeah, it becomes intimidating. And it's just like, well, I don't know. All right, still just a waiting game. Seeing if it wants to. So what's nice here is that this purple line is pressing down. So if we use the purple line here as our trend line, and then bring this across right here, we basically have a descending triangle pattern. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Austin. That's what I'm thinking. As long as it can continue here. Are you going to take it, Austin? Are you taking it, Austin? All right. I will. Ooh. Now I'm thinking, do I get short right here? Because if I can get filled right there, that means we got a little bit of a nice candle. But that's also just kind of jumping the gun. Well, let me, like I said, we did the math already together. I can risk 20 points. So it's at 85. Okay, I could still risk 20 points. Yeah, let's do it. And then I'll put my stop up there. So I'm not really waiting for confirmation, but let's see if it wants to come back down. Looking to get short at that red line. Yeah, that's not. Yep. All right, good. We're a little less than 20 points, which is the requirement. Like I said, if I go 0 for 5, the account will be gone, which is fine for the reasons already discussed. But that would still give us at least 5 trades. Hopefully, I don't go 0 for 5. But all right. Okay, now we're cooking even better. All right, let's do it right here now. If it wants to come down off that level. 94, 04, yep, all right, good. All right, let's see. I know it's not the best stop loss. I'm technically right in front of these areas, but we'll see. We'll see if this thing wants to come back down. So one of potentially 5 trades I'll be making today. I did not wait for confirmation of the breakdown right here. Right now, trying to play, ideally, it coming back down. Hopefully, a rejection right off that purple line. But even if it doesn't, I'll still give it plenty of wiggle room. Short 404. Stop 410. Alrighty. For those of you that are maybe beginners or new, short means I want to see prices actually go down. Trying to see if it wants to get rejected off that purple line. In my magical and mystical world, not only do we come down to that yellow line, but we also break down through it. But I will at least lock in a little bit of profit before that were to happen. Right here on the 5 minute, we're also at that 21, so ideally this can reject it back down. But right now, not looking so good. Can I connect Tradovate to NinjaTrader? No, Tradovate and NinjaTrader are 2 separate things. Am I out? What was that? All right. There we go. All right. As explained, I can risk $400 per trade. So there we go. We got 4 more left. And that just explains, that explains the week right there. Right there. I thought that was a good pattern to get short right there. I thought, hey, let's see it roll back down here. Even if it never breaks through there, that would still have given me plenty of wiggle room. And then boom, just like that. So that's my week summarized perfectly right there. And as I explained, I'm glad that happened, and I'm glad I'm doing all this in my kind of my prop firm risk management mental, whatever I called it earlier. To be fair, in hindsight, yeah, I suppose I should have waited for confirmation to take that short down there. But so we will wait, and we'll let's let something else develop here. That guy made you do it? No, that's a good setup. I'd take that trade again. Necrogy. You said something earlier. You were on here a couple streams ago. You threw out a crazy claim. I addressed it, and then you just disappeared. So I am scared to interact with you because, for all I know, you've already disappeared again. That guy made me do it. No, I mean, that guy pointed out a pattern that I agreed with. What platform am I using? That's a 2-fold question. Fold number 1, I'm trading through a prop firm. The prop firm that I'm using is Take Profit Trader, which you can get to at the link on the top. And so first you take it, you choose your purchasing power. Make sure to use code CLAY so you get the 30% off. And then it'll ask you what platform do you want to use. And the platform that I select and what you're seeing is Tradovate. So that is a platform I'm using. I'm using Tradovate through Take Profit Trader. You do not need to go to Tradovate and create an account there. The prop firm will do all that for you and then send you the login information. Well, I'm glad I used the stop because it would be getting real painful. No, that's all right, Luis. No need to apologize. Yeah, Rocky. Tradeovate does have a built-in trade copier, but I know some people like to use that third-party software. Kind of just one of those do what you got to do what you feel best with type situations. So is this going to turn into one of these slow and steady grinds upwards now? I guess we'll see. Thanks, Rocky. Just trying, just throwing out some information. I have a Tradeovate account, and it is linked to the NinjaTrader. From now, just buy the dib. I think you mean dip. I was actually thinking about it. Is this a little micro pullback here? I am thinking about it. Buy the dib, sell the rib. I could get behind that. Buy the dib, sell the rib. All my trades that I've either been wrong or I hesitated and missed the move. Yeah. Like I said, for me, I mean, I'm green on the day, but just, well, as far as the accounts that I use, I've already described, I don't care about this account at all for the reasons already described at 11 a.m. Eastern when the stream started. But, yeah. The accounts I care about, I'm fine, but all right, in. See if we can get a bounce off that area. Bull still in control? You think? We'll see. AYA, I'm blaming you if I lose money here because you told me the Bulls are still in control. Should have just waited to actually buy at the pullback area right there, but I got a little impatient. All right, trying to come back up. There it was. I just realized how much dumb that I asked a few minutes ago was. Didn't word it right. I don't remember you asking a dumb question. Blue line, what EMA? The blue line's my entry point. That's not an EMA. No, there are dumb questions. If you were to ask Clay, are you beautiful? That's a dumb question. Of course I'm beautiful. That would be a dumb question. Clay, are you the best looking person on planet Earth? Again, another dumb question. Of course I'm the best looking person on planet Earth. So no, there are dumb questions. I did. I did. We were all asking, where's Treff? Where's Treff? Our lives are not the same without Treff being here. Thank you for showing up. Lower the pressure, my friend. I'm not sure what that means. I'm glad we're friends though. Still just waiting to see if this wants to play out. Makes me feel about, even if I had waited to buy at this area here, it would have still gone underwater. So this seemed like a good quality breakout. Just trying to play a little bit of a pullback there, but right now doesn't seem to be wanting to play ball, but trying to be patient, trying to give it a chance. All right. Trying to get to that trend line, which probably going to be a bit of a problem here. We'll see if it can push through. If you look at the 5 minute, there's a trend going down, maybe a short. Yeah, maybe. But looking at the 5 minute, I also see a nice little bull pennant here. Is it dump to ask a dump question? That's a deep philosophical thought right there. Well, we got the break. Now it's just a question of, can we get continuation? If we can, I'll be happy as a clam. Okay, AYA, we need some specifics out of you. Right now, you've kind of transitioned into like broad statement trader. We can all make broad statements, but how are these statements you're saying actually practical? Okay, I took off a little couple. Took off a couple more. Still have 4 left. Okay, so for these last 2, I'm going to put this a stop loss, sell stop right there. And let's see if we can get some more follow through. So I will make money on this trade, just a question of how much money, because I don't know how high this is going to go. So let's see if we can get this thing up through here, and if it can get up through that pink line, I'll move my stop at that point. But want to see it get up through that pink line, which is a 200 period moving average. What are the sideways mountains? That's called the volume profile. Okay, well, AYA, when you're ready to give us a trade, we need 3 numbers. We need what your entry point is, what your stop is, and then where your target is. And we needed all those numbers before the price gets to any of those numbers. Then we'll be able to track things for sure. But right now, kind of broad statements aren't the most helpful of things. Again, this will be a green. Uh-oh. Am I about to get stopped? Regardless, it's a green trade, and I'm about to get... Nope, come on. Come back up. Get away. Go towards the pink line. Pink line, not red line. Go to the pink line. Don't do it. You're better than this. Don't do it. Don't do it, you little scumbag. Yeah, go up to that pink line. You don't want none of this. You don't want none of this, Cletus. Yeah, that's right. Run away. Yeah, that's right. Run away. You run to that pink line. Yeah, that's right. You know what's good for you. What am I trading? I am trading futures. Should I trail? I don't know. Should you? I don't know your strategy, Gene. So I can't really tell you. Come on, now let's get through that pink line. No, hey. You get back up there. Which country? I'm the United States. I am trading futures. Let's do NVIDIA. Yeah, no, Todd. I don't waste my time with You don't day trade NVIDIA, do you, Todd? Please don't tell me you day trade NVIDIA. That's a very poor use of your capital. Very inefficient use of your capital. The activation fee is waived for the funded option I bought. When they take that deal off, would I still be able to buy into... No, Jared, it would just be for that account. If you were to start and buy a whole new account, for that specific account would be whatever the deal is at that point in time. Todd, this is futures trading. Dude, futures make NVIDIA look like garbage. To be fair, though, futures make any stock look like garbage from many angles. Mathematically provable. And then you sprinkle in the prop firm, and it's like, whoa, now it looks really bad from a capital perspective. So that trade overall went pretty good. Did anybody else play the pennant breakout? If you enjoyed that trade, if maybe you made some money in the trade, hit that like button. Let's push this up to 100 likes if we can. Todd, we got to figure out what category are you in? Are you investing in NVIDIA or are you day trading NVIDIA? If you're investing in NVIDIA, I have no problem. I'm in the category of day trading. Day trading stocks is a waste of capital. It's a waste of time. It's just inefficient. Nice, Loyal Wiz. I made 800 on 10MNQ and then added in 10 more in the breakout. Nice job. Congrats. Good trade. Investing. Okay, well then then go ahead. I'm not telling you to sell your investment. I'm talking about day trading. If you want to day trade, futures are by far the best thing. Not going and trying to a quote unquote quick long doesn't really exist in NVIDIA. And I know, what are you talking about? NVIDIA is a very volatile stock yet. Not compared to futures, it's not. Futures make NVIDIA look like paint drying. Not to mention, you need a whole lot of money to be able to take advantage of an NVIDIA move. For many reasons. Well, yeah, let's do the math real quick. NVDA. So let's go down to the 5-minute time frame. All right, so let's just look at a distance. Let's say it breaks, and we'll call this 135.50. And then boom, all the way up there to 136.50. So this distance here, we need to keep in our minds because that's going to be important. That distance. So that distance is a difference of $1 per share. Now to make anything worthwhile on that, you probably want at least 100 shares, right? So how much is that going to cost? Well, if we want 100 shares and each one of these shares cost $135.50, that means we need at least $13,000. Okay, $13,000, and if you make that move right there. So we had that for 100 shares, and right there was $1 move. So we got to multiply that by $1. We just made $100. So $13,000 to make $100 on that size move right there. Okay, Todd, are you listening, or are you just gonna keep talking about other stuff? Like, do you want to learn or no? Because I'll walk you through it, but it doesn't actually seem like you're that interested. If anybody else is interested, I guess I'll keep going. Give me a 3 in the chat box if you want me to keep going. If I've piqued your interest and said, wait a second, why is day trading stocks not solid? So I don't know if Todd's really serious or not, but if anybody else is interested, okay, Bryce, I'll go for your Bryce and money. Dennis, you already know all this, Dennis. Kelvin, no, you already know this. Anyways, okay, a lot of 3s. So all right, so right now for this I would say pretty big move, which was $1 per share. And to make $100 on it, as we just saw, you needed $13,000. Okay, so that's stocks. Now let's take a look at at futures. Now for this though, keep in mind that distance. We're not going to go anywhere close to that distance. We're going to just look at this distance right here between these two numbers right there. So the difference between these two numbers is 20. 21,420, 21,440. Difference there is 20. And in the world of futures, these are known as points. So that is a 20-point distance between those two lines. Now in futures, with the NQ, 1 point is worth $20. Okay? 1 point is worth $20 per contract. But we'll set aside the per contract for now. You just need to know that 1 point equals $20. And again, this distance right there was 20 points. So let's do some quick math here. And well, if that distance is 20 points, and if we just said that each point is worth $20, we got to multiply that by 20. So right there is worth a potential $400 trade. Now, the one thing here, though, is, okay, well, fine, fair enough. I've noticed, Clay, that we just made a lot more than NVIDIA because that distance that was larger was only $100. But to be fair, how much money would that actually be required out of our pocket to participate? Because for that NVIDIA trade, it required $13,000 to participate in that trade. How much would it cost to participate in this trade? Well, that's where the second part of all this comes into play. So the first part, we're arguing for futures, and now Plant, which is arguing for a prop firm, and how right here specifically low capital is required. So how much to participate in that move with a prop firm? Well, let's go to the bare minimum. The bare minimum with a prop firm you could do is get yourself $25,000 of purchasing power, and that would cost you $105. Now so for $105, you could have participated in that trade to make $400. Or with stocks, you would have needed $13,000 for a way bigger move that would have only made you $100. But the crazy thing here is that was all that $400 was per contract. With the $105, you could have actually gotten up to 3 of those contracts. Now, I'm not saying that's what you necessarily go and do, but just to let the math play out, well, if that's $400 per contract and you could have actually gotten 3 of them, well, we got to multiply that by 3. That could have been $1,200, and all it took you was $105. Or you can go with a stock, NVIDIA, need $13,000 for that big old move, which equated to just $1 per share, and that was a $100 bill in your pocket. So like I said, the math speaks for itself. You are wasting your time. You are being inefficient with your capital. It makes zero mathematical sense to be day trading stocks, as we just walked through right there. So futures move better. They add up better. It's just, sorry. How much do you need to trade futures with your own cap? No, you don't. You don't. That's the whole, JSL, good question, but that's the whole point of the plant, of Pam's plant. The only capital required, as I just went through, on the bare minimum side, so if you want $25,000 of purchasing power, the money out of your pocket required, $105. Now, that does say per month, but that's just during the test phase. Once you move into the pro accounts, after you've proven yourself, well, then that monthly fee goes away. So in my mind, the math is pretty clear. $13,000 on NVIDIA for $100 or $105 for, $400 up to as much as $1,200 on a much smaller move, I should add in. So yes, stock day trading, no good. Options day trading, no, that's even worse. Crypto day trading, even worse. No, I take that back. That's not worse. That's just not good. And Forex day trading, no good. The barrier to entry is superior with future. I would only add on to that, yeah, baby, with a prop firm. With a prop firm is what I would add on to that. Yes, then I would agree. Well, Luis, you should not consider futures. Like, I just mathematically showed you how futures is mathematically better. So for you to see that and then be like, I'm still going to go day trade stocks, you just admitted I'm going to work harder, not smarter. Do you have to pay commission on every trade you make? Yes, but it's very minimal. Like, it's negligible. I can never say that word. How did you realize futures? A long time. Well, I've been being told about it for years. My private community has told me for years, Clay, you got to get into futures. They're awesome. You got to get into futures. They're awesome. And I've always heard if you survive long enough as a day trader, you will eventually end up as a futures day trader because futures are just better. So I've heard that saying for like years upon years. But I'm a stubborn donkey. And then people were like a couple years ago, Clay, dude, we've already been telling you about futures, but now there's these things called prop firms. Do that, like, you got to do it. I'm like, no, that sounds way too sketchy. So another couple years passed by. A bunch of members in our community were posting gains, getting payouts. Michelle took a 15-day European vacation with the profits she made from prop firms and futures. And then back in November, I finally was like, all right. And I'm very very upset at myself that it took me that long. And right now we are on how do prop firms work? What's your buying? Right here, your buying power is they tell you right up front. So for the 25K, you can buy up to, and this is per trade. There's no pattern day trading rule, so you can day trade as much as you want every single day. But for every trade, you could go up as high as 3 of the very volatile contracts, or up as high as 30 of the less volatile ones. Now, if you got yourself, a 50K purchasing power, then you could go up to 6 of the very volatile contracts, or up as high as 60, and that is per trade, not per day. That is just per trade. You could go as high as 6. And of course, I'm glad I asked if other people are interested because the guy who I don't remember his name. What was the guy that showed up just talking nonsense? Todd. Some people, they're just, yeah. All your videos are about stocks. Only people looking at stocks come across those videos. Now they are here wondering why futures. Exactly, Alex. As I've said, Alex, I'm an evil. It's evil. It's an evil. Call me Dr. Evil. I am totally still doing those end of day stock videos because I want people to come to the live stream so I can smack them upside the head and say, hey, stop day trading stocks. You're wasting your time. Especially the small cap and low float stock traders. Those people are the most ridiculous of them all. Before anybody comes back, but I trade small caps, I trade low floats, I day trade options, I day trade Forex, and I make money. Pam's plant is not an argument against making money. Yes, you can make money in those other things. Pam's plant is an argument of efficiency, of risk management. You are working harder, not smarter. Pam's plant is the most efficient way to go about day trading, and that is an undefeated argument. Nobody has been able to defeat this as an idea. Somebody tried yesterday. What was his name? BD, I think. And the math just crushed BD's argument. BD thought he was being all like, well, this, and this. And I was just throwing the math at him that crushed. And his reply was, well, it's lunchtime. I'm out of here. And then he threw like a jab at me, which is per the normal. If you can't defeat the argument, just throw a jab at the person making the argument. But yeah, BD attempted yesterday, but again, most people that argue against it are actually making the argument for it. So, but that's a problem with math. Math is kind of just math. And it's hard to argue against math when the math is just, well, the math. Yes, Kurt, TBT is by far the best for a newbie. Yep, very clean set of rules. You're not going to get overwhelmed by, wait, what's this? Wait, what does that mean? Wait, how does that work? Very straightforward. Hey, we're at 100 likes. Good job. Appreciate it. All right, well, let's see if we can find ourselves another trade. And what I am watching is that purple line, which on the 5-minute time frame here is the 50-period simple moving average. And right now you can see this thing has just been very, very stubborn. So we'll see if the price can push up through there. But that is currently what I'm keeping a very close eye on, trying to figure out if we can get up through that level. And then maybe we can get some sort of breakout. Because right now it's essentially... So if we just use the moving average as our trend line, and then we do something like that, and then we draw it up like that, and then to make it extra visual for you golfers, put the golf hole down there. Looking at a bull pennant pattern. Right now, just really a question of, does the price want to come up there and push to the upside of that pattern? That's kind of the main question right now in my mind. Can the price, like I said, not only get up to that blue line, but then actually push up through there, and then ideally generate some momentum. I am gonna, yeah, both these trend lines can get out of here now. They've served their purpose. This line down here, I am still watching this line. Not really relevant right now, but maybe, just maybe. I wish this cough would go away. Any of you, I guess not necessarily with families, but any of you guys got sickness going on? I think we're at the, I think, I hope, I pray that we're at the tail end of our sickness in my family, but with 6 kids, sometimes it can take a while to work its way through. But anybody else have the sickness going on? We don't have any rhyme or reason either. Some people had fevers. I had kind of a cough, and last week my voice was kind of hurting. Others had like kind of like almost kind of their chests hurt a little bit. Anybody else have anything going on? Or are we the only people in America? I forget. Well, we have people global here. Are we the only family globally that's dealing with sickness? Do you have the QQQ up? No, I don't. I don't watch the QQQ. I watch the ES, but I don't watch the main markets. Maybe I should though. I don't know. This could be a long ride. I just don't know if I trust this or not from a long side. This almost seems like it wants to come down more to the downside than anything else. That's the wrong code, Calvin. You just gave people the wrong code. Exactly. I know. That's why Apex. That's why I said just stay away. Stay away as a beginner. Sorry to hear that though. Just keep on grinding though. You'll get back. You had that sickness for like 6 weeks. All right. Well. All right. See, this is the stuff. Why couldn't these lows just be right here? Because if I go long here and I put my stop right there, now I'm literally right in front of that purple line, which would be the dumbest spot. But if I go down below the purple line, now my stop's too big. So sometimes things just don't align quite how you'd prefer them to. Again, had that purple line been right up here, oh, that would have been a perfect stop. But I don't want to put my stop down below these lows, or I'd want to put it down below these lows, but all of a sudden I'm right in front of the 50 period, so I'd want to get below there. But now it's just too big of a stop. Yeah, I know you're not a beginner. I'm just saying that's kind of why I just tell beginners, start with Take Profit Trader. All right, we're knocking on the door of that, as I was just describing on the 5-minute. Knocking on that door. Let's do this. I can sell. There we go. We'll see if it wants to get rejected up around. So not even the 20 points. I'm willing to go up to 20 points today. We'll just call this burner account for the reasons already described. But yeah, if it wants to come up to that red line, I am well under 20 points. So I'll take this. See if we can get a rejection off of basically that pink line up there. Tight stop, small risk profile. How long do you have to do futures to graduate? Well, get some payouts in your Take Profit Trader account first, Calvin. If you can't get payouts in your Take Profit account with their rules, I'm not feeling too good about your ability to get payouts in Apex. All right, looking to get short at the red line. Get a little bit closer to the pink line. There we go. Let's see. Looking for it to come up there and reject. And by no, I'm not even looking for a rollover. But a little bit of a rejection would be nice. So we'll see if it can come up there. It's getting close, though. Stop is that green line. So red line entry stop that green line. So basically trying to play a double top, but the thing with the double top is I also have the 200 period up there. So that still doesn't guarantee anything, but I think it's at least a plausible thought on my part to say that, or to think that this could create some sort of rejection. Again, there are no guarantees, but we have reason number one, a previous high. Reason number two, the 200 period moving average already has a track record of rejecting the price. So again, those two things do not guarantee it'll get rejected. But in my opinion, at least, I'm not like there's a thought process behind this. There's rationale behind it. This is not like me just throwing a dart at a board and doing something random. This is the week's movement has been the worst. Yeah. It's like I was saying already 40. I'm in a burner account right now just because I'm very frustrated by the week. And I have a couple accounts that are close to being passed. I'm definitely not going to trade on a pro account with how I feel mentally. So that's why I'm kind of just getting a little bit more aggressive and just going to go on here. That way, if I lose my mind, at least it's in an account that was just created. So it's not like I'm anywhere close to passing or anything like that. Morning manual. I'm curious what makes this. I mean, we got to think about it, 40. We've been through this before. All markets kind of go through these ups and downs right now, and we're just in a bit of a down. I think a lot of it has to do from a macroeconomic standpoint. All the tariff stuff seems to be kind of chilling out. Now, things I would assume pick up 90 days from now when all those tariffs, you start to get towards the deadline, that I can start to see spice and stuff. I'm not saying it's going to stay like this for the next 90 days. I'm just saying I think that's why this week was a little bit less dramatic, was because there wasn't a whole lot of drama out there. Which I think probably the mainstream public was grateful for. But us traders are like, no, bring on the drama, brother. Bring it on. All right, am I lying? Or I'm looking to get short at that red line there. See if we can get some sort of double top rejection off that former rejection point. I maxed out about 8 this morning. Was so great. Nice. Good job, Emmy. All right, coming up here. Is it going to fill me? Yeah, I like it. There were sellers up here previously. Are those sellers still here? If they're not, well, it's going to be a losing trade. But the chart does tell us that there have been sellers up around this area before. Don't know if they're still there, but maybe we're about to find out. Ooh, Loyal Wiz is going against me. All right, may the best idea win, Loyal Wiz. Oh, that was kind of the move. I should be canceling that out, I think. That was the move I wanted. I wanted that initial. Now it's... Against my better judgment, I'm going to leave that or the red line out there. Against my better judgment. Is Clay's take profit trader regulated? There it goes. No. Well, yeah, by the customers. If they were a scam, they would have been found out a long time ago. Capitalism is regulating them. If they're out there screwing people, they would not have been around. I think they're going on like year 3 or 4 right now. But let's just say Captain Crunch, it's a total scam, and I'm part of the scam. Okay, let's just to advance the conversation because you seem to be worried. Let's just assume it's a scam, and I'm part of it. You will be scammed if you do the bare minimum of $105. Now, if you look that amount and say that would wreck my life, well, then I would respectfully submit to you and encourage you to probably take care of some other things in your personal financial life, because $105 should not wreck you financially. But that's your risk. So if we just assume that I'm a scammer, part of the scam, and we're trying to scam you out of $105, that would be your risk, $105. Well, tried to get short, and it is rolling over now. For anybody that was maybe a little bit more aggressive with that short, congratulations to you. I'm having some regrets right now. Although, yeah, even if I had I'm not sure it had come down enough for me to even say that would have been a winning trade. But yes, Captain Crunch, in a sense, they're regulated by the consumer. Now, I understand your concern if the prop firm just showed up like last week or last month, because you're like, okay, well, there's no really track record. Are they about to? But no, Take Profit Trader has been around for, like I said, either going on 3 or 4 years. I have been paid by them. Members of my community have been paid by them. I think there's people in here that have been paid by them. So yes, they will pay out. They will pay out. Now I'm starting to change my attitude towards maybe a long. Because hear me out. We have this set of lows. And then if this is a new set of lows, and then let's see if it can stay above VWAP. Because if it can stay above VWAP, which is the dotted yellow line, then that would be a... I did not mean to do that. That would be a new set of lows. So we'd be having some stair steps creeping up in the upwards direction. So now is it becoming the break of that area? That's what I'm changing my my bias. I'm looking for a potential bullish move, especially if we bring over the 5 minute. Let me cook. Calm down, everybody. Let me cook. Look at that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, boy. There it is. Okay. I'm not going to yeah, I'm gonna use that pink line right there. I suppose you could use that trend line right there as kind of the anticipation point. Exactly. Just let the man cook. Okay. They even do daily payouts of any amount from what I've heard. That is correct. Same with you, Ganhandre. You're like one of those super skeptical people. Like if you're that skeptical, just play the pretend game that it's a scam. Can you handle being scammed out of $105? No, I get it if it's like $500, $1,000, $10,000, but then yeah, definitely that's like okay, a bit sketchy. But I mean, come on, it's $105. Well, you seem skeptical. But you're not new, and yet you still haven't done it. So that's why you seem very skeptical. I'd like to see it come down here and bounce off the VWAP another time, just to make sure that this is truly an area of support. So in other words, if it comes up here and breaks on this candle here, I will be left in the dust. Now, maybe you disagree with that assessment. You're like, Clay, what are you talking about? I don't need confirmation of one more bounce. I'm buying now. Hey, all right, that's fine. I see the logic. Hindsight will be our judge. Hindsight will be your judge. Your rent is crazy high. You know where it's got cheap rent? Under a bridge, brother. Get that cell phone. Make sure you can get some 5G service. Go live under a bridge for a little while. Free up some cash flow in your life. It'll only be temporary. Good. Come on down. Now, if you did buy here, I'm not asking for it to stop you out. You'll just have to sit through a little bit of pain, a little bit of annoyance, but I'd like for it to come down a little bit. But yeah, we are working on those stair steps. Again, we have set of lows. Well, we have even lower lows down here, but we have... No! Can't do it. I had my requirement. Can't do it. I put my specifications out there, and it did not want to listen to them. I'm the one saying futures where it's at. Peace out. Well, have a good one. Have a good rest of your day. You know what? It just reminded me. That guy that asked if I'd send him a computer, and I was like, I'll give you a job application. He disappeared, didn't he? Isn't that weird how that works? People looking for handouts, if you try to hand them a job application, isn't that weird how they're just gone? I mean, you give them a handout. Yeah, I'll give you a handout. It's a job application. See you later. Crazy. Still interested. If it wants to, if it still wants to come down here and chop around, fine by me. Chop, 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 and then make the move. I like that. And I will be taking that trade. Anybody else liking this, or am I the only person? Is everybody else like, dude, what are you even talking about? Yeah, Force Fed's like, dude, what are you talking about? I'm getting short. Oh, I think he's already short. Yeah, he's short right now. Stop is at 445. Oh yeah, see, I'll be buying when Force Fed's trying to get stopped out. I'm gonna let those shorts carry me to victory. Why don't you ever talk your winners? Why set hard TP? What? I don't understand that question. I don't set a hard TP. I always trail a portion. Right, Trev? Have you heard the economic principle of the law of diminishing return? Have you heard that one, Trev? The law of diminishing return. Are you aware? It's a great economic principle that can be applied to basically anywhere in life. The law of diminishing returns. I guess I could do a breakout or go. 45. Stop right there. Yeah, let's just do it. Let's see if we can get the breakout. So breakout or go. Buy. Okay. Let's see if it does want to break out. I anticipated it, so hope it wants to get going here. Come on, push up through that pink line. I'll take that quick little scalpy scalp, although I shouldn't have scalped. I'm still having trust issues of all the fake breaks that I've experienced through the past week. I should still have some of my position. I will say that. So if this thing, even if this thing comes down, let the record state that I should still have some of my position right now. Even if it drops down, don't care. The record states I should still have some of mine, but my confidence is, like I said. But I'll take the scalpy scalp. I don't know how much I made on that scalp. How much, I don't remember. What was this number at beforehand? Does anybody remember? But I should definitely still have some of my position. Well, Force Fed, I hope you use your stop. Hope you use your stop, boy, or else you're getting crushed right now. Shorting into those stair steps, you are a wild man. You are a wild, crazy man. You're straight out of the jungles or something. That's crazy. Hey, if you are enjoying, hit that like button. We're doing very well on the likes. For those of you that are maybe new around here, this stream is dependent on your interest levels. I've made it up to a couple 4-hour streams, so I will keep streaming as long as I know people are interested, and I gauge interest via the like button. So if you are enjoying, hit that like button, and we'll keep this party going. No way on a short on a possible breakout have we been building. Yeah, that was wild. He's a crazy man. Yeah, you'd be up even more than that to not take such trades like that. How much more? A penny saved is a penny earned. That's what I mean. You're a wild man. Well, that's not the most reassuring thing. Hey, if you're enjoying, hit that like button. They went up a grand total of 2. That has me a little worried. And it's been a while since I asked last. It doesn't matter, Kelvin. You know the rules around here. We don't want to know when you're short in hindsight. Tell us beforehand, Kelvin. And that rule goes for everybody. If you want the chef's kiss of credible statements, tell us the entry point, the stop loss, and your target before the price gets to any of those levels. Don't come in afterwards and tell us this, that, and the other. Again, I'm sure that's true. But I'm just saying from our angle, hopefully you can see how, especially given this is the internet, there's a little bit of hesitation there. So is it see, the back test and go looks potentially spicy here. Because if this comes down to this area, back test and go, maybe. I'm gonna watch for it, especially when we have the 21 EMA right there that could basically match up very nicely with it. So things could get kind of spicy there. If it wants to pull back. Ooh, yeah, I'm not going to. 5 minute, yes. And this candle is almost done. This is not a candle that I'm very interested in buying long on. So never mind, I'm not buying that pullback right there. That's a sketch. In fact, anything I should be looking to short right now on the fake breakout. Now, obviously, that was a real breakout. So I guess I should say fake continuation. There was very little continuation. So yeah, I will take this short if it wants to come back up there. Yep. On that candle, I can get myself a nice small little risk. So right there. So about 5 points of risk. I'll do that all day long. Assuming it wants to come back up there, though. But as of right now, not sure it wants to go back up there. But yes, on the 5 minute, that candle has me feeling a bit bearish right now, brothers. All right. Coming up. Let's see if it can hit me. Again, red line is my entry for a short. Green line is my stop loss. Got close. They sending support at IBM. IBM. You're trading IBM? Does that stock even move? How do you have a separate chart open? I don't know. I just open up another chart. I do use a desktop platform. Maybe that's the difference. 3. I think show and tell is a little bit delayed if he's just given a 3. All right, well, that was a move I wanted. As it comes back down, I guess the more it consolidates out, though, the more worrisome it becomes for me. No, see, Trev, I don't need to use a bunch of repackaged items to sound really smart. Back in my day, Trev, we just called this resistance levels, you know? But I get it. It's kind of hard to sell something if you just call a resistance or a trend line. You know, if you can repackage it with better marketing terms, then yeah, I get it. You get to sound really smart and people will buy your stuff. No, my line was just, like I said, Trev, we call those resistance levels. My line was at a resistance. Yeah, you can always tell. Uh-oh. But I don't blame them. If I could describe things in a way that makes me sound super smart, I mean, that'd be cool. Unfortunately, I'm just like a caveman. I look for resistance, support. Yeah, it sounds so primitive. I guess I could. Well, yeah, I'd be such a. Yeah, I'm going to sit this one out now. Seems like too much of a coin flip, and I'm not here to take coin flips. I need a little bit better odds than a coin flip. And that would have, yeah, that would have been a losing trade now, I think. Pretty sure. It would have been close. Close. Another breakout is coming. No, you think a breakout is coming. You find a breakout possible. Let's choose our words wisely so we sound intelligent. Unless Demetrius, like, you're all in. Like, entire account all in. Put a second mortgage on your home to go all in because you said it will break out. I mean, I do still see the short on the 5-minute. I mean, you get in short right here and you get your stop up above these highs right here. I mean, I wouldn't call you crazy. I might actually talk myself into that trade. We'll see. Waiting for the 12:30 candle decision. Roger that. Unreliable pattern, but I see inverse from market order. All right. I'm not a big user of the head and shoulders or the reverse one, but that doesn't mean that they don't work. We all got to kind of find our groove. Yeah, Kelvin, good job. That would be your sign to no more trading. We're in a trend now. Breakout would have kept going. Ken is buying the dips. All right. Ken's looking to buy some dips. I guess I can probably get rid of that line down there now, huh? I think it served its purpose. Also, with the volume profile here, you can see there was a ton of volume down in this area here that changed hands. So a lot of volume, which makes sense. It chopped around here quite a bit. So that's why the volume, you know, when we extend this out, right down around that area. Right, but isn't that neat how by just using supports and resistance levels, it just happened to map out that level? So that's like my point is like, I don't care what things are called or what that, like, just show me where the resistance levels are. And if it happens to be that initial balance, well, then so be it. But I don't care about the initial balance if the market doesn't care about it. But the only way to know if the market cares about it is by seeing if there's a resistance there. So, I mean, that's my problem with all that sort of stuff. Whatever name you want to call things, I don't care what you call it. I just care, does the market care about it? And the only way to figure out if the market cares about it is to, well, see how the price reacts at that level. I just want to know, does the market care? Well, there is congestion up around here. So after I got denied from Apex, this was their statement: to become eligible, you'll need to complete 8 trading days with at least 5 of those days showing a profit of $50 or more. Well, you got it. You can do it, Apex Trades. You got it. We have faith in you. We have faith in you. You can do it. Well, now with the pullback here, we'll come down here and try the back test again. We'll see. Well, I'm up 355 today. Good job. Again, I'd love to buy right here, but then I think, well, where's my stop? And if I put my stop down here, then I'm basically right at, you don't want to put a stop right there. So you want to go below here. But if I go below there, now I'm up above these lows. You don't want to be up above those lows. You'd want to put your stop down here. And now look how big my stop is. So just kind of a messy situation where I don't really have a clear, well-defined area to put my stop. We still have bearish gaps. Yeah, I don't really care too much about gaps personally. I think gaps are overblown. I know the idea. Well, gaps have to fill. No, first off, nothing has to happen. But even if I grant the premise that they have to fill what in like 10 minutes, 10 hours, 10 days, 10 weeks, 10 years. So that's I don't put a whole lot of weight on the gaps. I know I consider gaps and stuff like that, but um, I'm a gap minimalist. Maybe we could call it. Well, a beautiful back test, again, right off of that level. I liked it. I just didn't know where I should put my stop. In hindsight, I guess I should have just bought right there and I could have given myself like a 3-point stop. But usually in futures, you want to give yourself a little bit more than 3 points. But it's amazing how easy it is to construct a trade plan after you know what happens. You know what I mean? Does anyone else find that common? Like after you know what happens, it's super easy to kind of put together the trade plan and say what you should have done. Hopefully that's not only me. Let's calm down with the self-promotion. As the rule goes, don't bring up anybody else's name in the chat because I kind of do my own thing. I know very little about who's out there, and I don't want my channel to be funneling people to who knows who. So feel free to talk about people generally, and if you got your own thing going on and I don't know you, yeah, just keep it to yourself is all I ask. That's all I ask. All right, we'll see if it wants to. Now, what gets interesting here is the longer this goes, I could eventually potentially still buy that trend line because my stop's going to be tighter because it's closer to those moving averages. Patient trader is long at 442, stop 427. Looks like they are officially in. I think the same can right between VWAP. Yeah. Well, now we might have another hiccup for the bulls. Let's see. We have that as an area of resistance. Oh boy. I think we have ourselves a rising wedge. Rising wedge, which is bearish. Now, just because something's a bearish pattern does not mean for sure guaranteed the price is going to go down. But it is a bearish pattern nonetheless. So if anything, I am maybe potentially interested in a short break here, assuming that this can be the highs. Because if this is now kind of the new highs, then that gives me a nice little stop loss above there. But if it wants to come up, then I will be very interested in that trend line right there for a potential short. So that's kind of what I'll be wondering about if the price comes up there. Now, if you do take it short to the downside, it's a little sketchy because not that far down below you have the VWAP and you have the purple line right there. So in some senses, it probably would need to be a scalp. Or for myself, if I go in with the 10 MNQ, then I need to probably scale out of some of the position relatively quick. Breakout confirmed. You must be on a different. I'm not sure what breakout you're talking about, Mo. All right, maybe we're going to get a rejection off the top. Yeah, that stuff sounds really cool. Don't know. I'm with you. It sounds really cool. I don't know what any of it means, though. I bet I trade that way. I just don't like, I just call it like basic terms. But I don't know. But yeah, from a marketing standpoint, that's smart. That's smart. All right, let's see how this rising wedge wants to play out. To be a trader, you have to be so disloyal because one moment you're bearish and then you like slap the bears and you're like, no, I'm bullish now. And then you smack the bulls, you're like, I'm bearish again. I mean, us traders, you just have to be disloyal. That's the only way to go about it. You cannot, there is no loyalty in the world of trading. You can be bearish for 10 seconds and all of a sudden you're bullish. All right, we'll see what it wants to do. I really wish these levels were not here right now. That just seems like that could be an area that rains on the parade of any sort of bearish breakdown of the pattern. So hopefully it doesn't rain on the parade, but it seems like that could be an area. Oh yeah, that's crazy stuff. Yeah. I like to see it consolidate out a little bit more. Monday stream title, Smackin' Bowls. Smack them bowls. Yeah, that'd be an interesting title. All right. Do we get short here, down through there for potentially a scalp? I guess so if it bounces, we're so 31. Where'd my stop be? Does that? Okay, that would basically be 20 points, which I'm allowed to do on the day. My order's there, but too slow. I missed it. That red line that showed up was my attempted order to get short. I was too slow. If you happen to catch it, again, do whatever you want, but might want to, if it were me, I'd probably be looking to take off at least some profits right there, because that seems like a very possible bounce point. Doesn't mean it will bounce, so I'm not saying to totally remove yourself from the position, but maybe just consider pulling off some profits there. Bummer. I'll keep an eye on it. If it wants to maybe come back up there and back test it, maybe I'll be interested. If I didn't, maybe should I be trying to? No. Long 442. Okay, MO is waiting for the price to come back up here. Okay, so he wants to see some strength before he gets long at 442. So we'll see if it can come back up there for him. All right, right now looking like kind of a bit of a rough. Again, if you were a scalper, I think there's enough wiggle room right there. But if you were not a scalper, you're still in. And hindsight will be the judge. But if this thing absolutely collapses, then of course the scalpers are going to be saying, "Oh, why did I choose to scalp?" But right now, you got to think the scalpers are probably pretty happy that they chose to scalp, and the people that are wanting more than a scalper maybe still a little nervous, but it's still hanging there. I really did think that move right there would at minimum go down and touch those levels, but it still very well may. But if I'm being honest, I thought that candle right there would have sent it down there. But again, even if you short the trend line, it's not like it snapped back against you to knock you out. I'd assume you're still in if you're waiting for more. But as of right now, seemingly the scalpers are feeling the best. But again, all it takes is for that candle to get big red in a hurry, and then the scalpers are going to be sitting there regretting their decision to scalp. You know, if I got in right now, 32, I could put a stop right there. Yeah. All right, let's see if this thing does ultimately want to. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So much congestion right there. I got to pass on it. Too much congestion on the 5 minute. We got the 50 period. We got the 200 period. We got the VWAP. We got a pivot point. We got all sorts of stuff. But I will say, if it can clear down through, maybe what I'll do is I'll try to short a break of the 420 mark. We'll call it about 418. Maybe that's more of the trade. But yeah, to get short right there seems a little too risky. Is anybody short though right now? Or are people getting long? I can see both sides right now, which is why risk management matters, because sometimes things, kind of look logical from both angles. So for my mental paper trade, my stop would have been above that pink line. So had I gotten in short there, like I said, my stop would be up above there. I'm short, maybe. Interesting, yes. I'm going long, maybe. Maybe. Who knew such a little word could be so powerful? I got started on my short for a small Profit, good job. I could see a short scalp to VWAP, but not more. Yeah, once it gets down to VWAP, things certainly get a little sketchy, I would say. Hey, if you are enjoying, hit that like button. We're coming up on the 2-hour mark, so we're doing well with likes, but the stream will continue as long as I know people are interested. And the way I gauge that is via that like button. So if you are enjoying, if you're entertained, if you're learning, if anything, make sure you hit that like button. As likes creep up, I'll continue with the live stream, and maybe we'll get another 4-hour one under our belt here, but got to make sure that the likes keep going up. So hit that like button if you have not yet. We will need to get up to 150 here sooner than later. In fact, let's just do this. We need to be up to 150 likes by the 2-hour and 15-minute mark. So that gives us 20 minutes to get 20 likes. So hit that like button. We got to get up to the 150 like mark by the 2-hour and 15-minute mark, which is, like I said, about 20 minutes from now. So if you have a like and you have not used it, hit that like button. All right, coming back down. Got a swing high right above, still inside yesterday's range. I'm going to hold these shorts. Roger that. Above 21,400 is my level. If NQ gets below VWAP and inverse, I think it's very strong upside until end of day. All right, well, we'll see what happens with it. We'll see what happens. Again, this is a rising wedge, which is bearish. It did break to the downside, but boy, oh boy, this has been a pretty lackluster breakdown. Now, it's not like it's been a cruel breakdown. A cruel breakdown does something like this. It breaks down and then snaps up and takes you out and then goes. So this one hasn't done anything like that. It's just been cruel, or it's just been kind of lackluster in the sense of just basically no continuation. It still very well could go. And I can't see how anybody would have been knocked out. Even from my kind of mental paper trade that I'm taking. You know, my stop is above that pink line. So this has been a lackluster breakdown, but unfortunately not every breakdown can break down immediately. Sometimes you got to be patient. So those people that are, you know, we're looking for more and not scalping, they're still in the game. They're just waiting and seeing if this thing does ultimately want to break down or not. So it's trying. But yeah. I guess at this point I'm kind of glad I missed that original entry or attempt because all right. Like I said, above this line here would have been where my stop was at. So I'd still be in it had I taken that one trade I was questioning, but I decided against. So I'll put that crosshair there. It's basically where I could see me having my stop loss at. And we'll see if it can hold up there or not. Knocking on the door. Has Trump spoken at all today? Is this like the first day all week that Trump has not spoken? If so, that's... I was saying that jokingly, but I think that actually might be true. Is it today the first day where he's not like spoken? Oh yeah, I forgot. MO's got his order up there. SPCE. I don't know what that means. All right, back down it goes. I would have still been all right. But yeah, the rising wedge does not quite want to let go yet. Well, I mean, I know it's a stock, but when you just show up and give a ticker, like I don't know what that's supposed to mean. He was speaking in the early AM because time. Oh, that's right. He's still over in the Middle East. That would make sense. Hey, need 11 more likes in the next 15 minutes to keep this party going. I think we'll get there, but again, the stream is a function of how much people are interested. And I gauge interest via that like button. So if you are interested, if you're enjoying, hit that like button. We'll keep the stream going. Wow, this has been a brutal breakdown in terms of, well, it's already broken down, but in terms of are we going to get continuation or not? Cryptic fortune cookie told me this is the top. Oh boy. Gotta be aware of those fortune cookies. That's where the money's made. Oh, wow. Just like that. Boom. 151. Excellent. All right. The party will continue. Let's go. All right. There is the breakdown for those of you that are Like I said, I'd still be probably wanting to potentially lock in some gains right there. I'm placing a short. Well, where are you placing a short, and where's your stop loss at, Caleb? And then where's your target, Caleb? Get those 3 numbers to us before it happens, and that'll be the chef's kiss of alerts. That's where the credibility comes from. Chase, please don't tell me you day trade options, Chase. You're not day trading options, are you? If so, that's a very inefficient way to go about day trading. All right, there it goes at the profit target, or what would have been my. Well, in hindsight, I should have traded it. I should have taken that trade. It would have been very, very close right there to stopping me out, but hiding behind that 200 line, that pink line, I would have hidden behind it. I would have been okay. And here it came down. The rising wedge has been giving me a wedgie all day. Yeah, always unfortunate. It took a while, took some patience, but for any of you that took that breakdown of the rising wedge, congratulations. Oh, are you making money, Jose? Or are you just reading fortune cookies, but you're not putting any of your money on the line? Did Mo ever get filled up there? No. He was at, I think, 42, if I remember, Mo. All right. Well, I'm glad Mo didn't buy and then have that happen to him. That wouldn't have been a pleasant experience, but yeah, I don't think it ever got up to him. $405. Yeah, this set of lows right here, I agree. That's going to carry some. I think this right here definitely going to be an area where. What in the world? My cursor is getting all jumpy. Like, I'm just trying to draw a simple box. There we go. Yeah, that area right there is going to be pretty significant if it comes down. But as of right now, it's holding right at the VWAP. It's trying to bounce from there. That's what I was saying earlier. If it was me, I'd probably at least lock in some there just in case it does bounce. 5 minute has a lot of congestion right here, but that's why I was saying earlier. If the price can push down through all this right here, I could see it finding some downside pressure to potentially down to this area right here. So, this location of the chart. But like I said, that's a lot of congestion on the bullish side of things. So, of course, it's possible for the bears to push down through, but they're really going to need to bring their A game if they're going to make that happen. I thought I banned Denmar. Did you create a new name? Get your garbage out of here, dude. AUUD is the worst stock out there. AUUD is a heaping pile of garbage. So Chase, is that your answer of saying you are day trading options? Because you're being very inefficient day trading options. Are you aware of that, Chase, of how you're working harder, not smarter? I just want people to work smarter, that's all. No, why? Why are you day trading options? Why? Why? Happy Friday, all. Hey, Miss Tiny Shipping, good to see you. Hey, Clay, I took an alert this morning from the group. First one I have taken. I'm usually working, but just happen to stop at the same time. Hopefully it worked out for you, Hoover. Again, just watching that 5 minute, and it's bouncing right around that big area of congestion I was just showing. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that line there. I think that's played out. We'll see if it wants to come down through. Yeah, it's just hard to get short right here because, again, on that 5-minute, I mean, there's just so much congestion. The 21 EMA, the 200 period simple moving average, the 50 period simple moving average, the VWAP, so much stuff. Yeah, but that's the thing. That just shows how great futures are. Futures make 0DT options look like garbage too. And then you factor in all that other stuff. Yeah, I agree. It's alluring until you learn more about this stuff and you're like, wait, that doesn't make any math sense. So for anybody watching this that maybe does trade options, you're like, wait, why is day trading options so bad, so silly? Well, let's think about how options work. Okay, Chase. Well, I have a better way for you. And I bet, Chase, would you like to be able to buy and sell day trade as much as you want every day? I understand you can't do that right now because you don't have $25,000. But Chase, if I were to say, hey, there's a way where you can buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell as much as you want every single day, is that something that would be of interest to you? All right, it's coming down here. I'm almost tempted to buy. Yes? Okay. Well, I have good news. I'm going to introduce you to Pam's plan in a second. This comes back up. I'm going to go short right there. Try to get a back test and then have this thing keep on coming down. Actually, to get my risk right, I need to move up a little bit more. There we go. Yeah, yep. 30. Oh, yeah, nice. 10 points of risk. There we go. And I'll put my stop right over the pink line. Let me get that up there. Nice, look at that. 10 points perfectly on the risk. I can do up to 20 anyways. 20 points today. So I like it. I like it. My premise is simple. It's broken down. Does just want to do a back test and go. If it doesn't, well, then I'm going to take a 10-point risk on it. Caleb, yeah, unfortunately your short doesn't count because you didn't tell us anything. You never told us your entry, your stop, or your target before it happened. Around here, that's kind of the requirement. Do you mean retest? That's what I meant. If I said something different, then yes, I misspoke. I don't know what I said. Okay, so anyways, Chase. Oh, never mind. Okay, I might be getting short here. How much money do you have, Jose? Or do you literally mean no money? You called it a back test. Oh, yeah, no, I meant that. I call it interchangeably. Back test, retest, same thing. Welcome to the English language, where the same word can mean different things for different situations. Welcome to English. How do I not get filled? All right, I'm going up some more. I don't like how it's just putzing right there. I bet I can get a little bit. There we go. In. Okay. This is a true breakout to the upside. It'll be a short-lived trade. Not looking so good. Blue line is my average price and not looking so hot. Wow, what a turnaround. From what was looking like a great breakdown to pretty sure a losing trade. I don't see how I don't get out of this one. And out. Wow. Well, granted I'm doing hindsight analysis here, but it never did. On that 5 minute, I was talking about all this congestion. Notice it never did actually clear down below that purple line. So now would I have been talking about that had it just collapsed down? I probably wouldn't have. So that's kind of some hindsight confirmation bias. You have 2,000. Oh, that dude, that's plenty of money. All right. So Jose and Chase. Now I do understand that for Jose, 2,000, that's not enough to day trade because you're thinking of that $25,000 mark. But in the world of futures, we have this, which is what starts off Pam's plant, this beautiful thing. There is none. There is none of what? Well, there's no pattern day trader rule. So right there, Jose, that has been alleviated. You can now be a day trader with $2,000. But it gets even better because once you factor in the prop firm power and look at the low capital required, let me show you what's required for this. So in order to get started with a prop firm, the question, well, you already answered this because you have $2,000. You could get yourself $25K of purchasing power for $105. So right there, Jose, you have $2,000, but all you need to start day trading is actually $105. You get yourself the prop firm account. You show you can trade. You move yourself from the test into the pro, and you can start making money in both these accounts right here, get it paid out to you, and your all-in risk the entire time would be $105. So yes, Jose, you can totally get started you can overcome the pattern day trader rule by doing futures, and then you give yourself a whole lot of wiggle room, a whole lot of flexibility and protection. And I say protection, and this is one of the great things about the added risk control of a prop firm. How do you protect your own money? How is that $2,000 being protected? Well, as I just showed, you have $2,000, but how much would actually be needed in order to get started? Well, only 105. So subtract out 105. So you could be trading, and let's say you do something bad, and then you fail the test, they take the account away from you. You can try again for $100. So, whoops. So then, what in the world is going on? So if you fail, then okay, you can try again for 100. Maybe you fail 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 again for 100. And again, and again, and again, and you know what? Again. And then you're like, okay, wow, that's been a lot of failed accounts. But then you find your groove. You go on a little bit of a hot streak. And let's say you make $2,500 before you fail again and they take the account away from you. But this time you get through the test, you get into the pro account, and then like I said, you go on a hot streak and you get the prop firm to send you $2,500. Well, let's plus that by 2,500, and there you go. You are now actually up because you started with 2,000. So let's subtract out 2,000. You are now actually up $1,495 after, as you saw, a whole bunch of failed tests, of blown up accounts, of doing dumb things. But that's also part of the prop firm is they still don't guarantee success, but they give you more time to figure stuff out. Whereas if you're to do futures with your own $2,000, anybody that trades futures knows how crazy it can get. And within a blink of an eye, that could be down, boom, $750 trade. Another trade, boom, down $1,000. And then boom, minus $250 and your account's gone. Your journey is over with $2,000. But as I demonstrated with the prop firm, you could have failed test after failed test after failed test. But because each one's only costing you $100, hopefully you see how your $2,000 amount is actually a whole lot of money within the world of Pam's plant. So Jose, you, my friend, have plenty of money. And then for Chase, who's day trading options, let's just go over why day trading options makes zero sense. Like, it's so bad. Because an option, when you buy, the obvious way to make money, like anything, if you buy it and it goes up, okay, well, you make money. The obvious way to lose money is if you buy something that goes down, well, of course, yeah, you lose money. But what happens if it goes sideways? Well, the normal person is to be like, okay, well, that's the neutral position, right? Because it doesn't go up, it doesn't go down, so that's neutral. Not so in options. In options, you lose money because there's something called theta. So in other words, whenever you buy anything, there's three things that can happen. It could be a piece of real estate too, right? The value's either going up, it's going down, or it's just going to go sideways. In the world of options, of those three things, two of the three will cause you to lose money. In other words, day trading options, you have a 67% chance of losing money every time you take a trade. Now, I'm not saying you cannot make money day trading options. That's not the argument. The argument is You're working harder, not smarter. In fact, if you say, but Clay, I make money day trading options, that is super impressive. All I can ask you is, how much money do you think you would have made with those contracts if you didn't have theta? And you know what can give you access to contracts and great movement with no theta? Futures. So literally makes no sense at all to be day trading options. Even if you buy 1D. Yeah, Jose, yes. Jose, stop. What is your obsession with options? Theta exists regardless. Theta is still very nasty on 1DTE. Jose, why do you want to put yourself in a situation where you have a 67% chance of losing money? Why? Explain that to me. When you don't have to. Not to mention, you can be a day trader. You can't day trade options unless you have $25,000. Why use a cash account? Yeah, but then you have to worry about cash settlement rules. And once you run out of cash on the day, you're done. Come on now. Tony, are you the Tony from like a few weeks ago that like lost your mind and got all mad and then left? Is that you, Tony? I can't remember what it was about. I think you made some sort of, I don't even remember. But like you left all bent out of shape. Is that you? Are you that Tony? Or is this like your first time here? Okay, you're not. Okay, you used to trade options back until, correct, yeah. That's why I can say options are utter garbage. And that's why I can say I was an utter moron. What prop firm do you recommend? The one that's right on top of the screen there. Take Profit Trader. If you go there, use code CLAY. That'll give you the discount. That is a prop firm that I think is the smoothest, especially if you are a beginner. Very clean set of rules, a great payment policy. What is theta? What I just described. Theta is what causes you to lose money in options if prices go sideways. There is no theta in options. Therefore, this movement right here, like when when it was doing all this in options, not good. You are losing money. But in futures, it doesn't matter because there's no theta. Hey, thank you, MYM, for sharing that. So everybody look at what MYM just said. I'm going to put this actually in the video for anybody that watches in the archive. Exactly. I am sitting in a one-day DT. That just means that the contract is going to expire soon, but it's an option. That's all you need to know. The market is trading sideways, and theta has eaten up all the value. Exactly. So sideways action will cause you to lose money in options. Yes, it is also called time decay. Correct. How much do you make for each account that signs up with your code? It's different. You can learn all about that on Take Profit's site, but enough to make it worth my time. Boomafoo. Does that irritate you? Boomafoo, are you offended that I'm making money when people use my code? Does that rub you the wrong way, Boomafoo? Or are you just asking out of pure curiosity? Because it's all explained on Take Profit Trader's site if you would like to know. But sometimes people ask those things because they're angry about it. Wait a minute. You're making money? You should be working for free. What do you mean you're trying to monetize your time? You owe this to me for free. I'm not saying you're one of those people, Boomafoo, but sometimes people that start to ask those questions, it starts to step into that category. But yes, my kids will eat tonight if you use code CLAY, okay? Last week, we needed code CLAY used for medicine because many of them were sick. So thank you all that did use code CLAY. We got the medicine. Family's feeling better. It is very weird. Well, it's some people, Bruce, they're just yeah, I don't know. They just look at the world through a different lens. Ever looked into trading meme coins? No, it doesn't make any sense. Why risk your money on a meme coin when all it takes is one rug pull and your account is gone? But like there can be nasty moves in futures against you. I agree, which is why I don't say to use your own money in futures. I say to use a prop firm. Because if a nasty move happens, yeah, you'll lose the account, but you can always get it back again. And your risk was only a couple $100. 420 sell. 450, but I waiting. 450, 420 sell. Okay, so you're looking to take that short? Gotcha. That thing rolled back over, didn't it? Came back up, stopped me out. Where did I even get? Oh, yeah, I got short right. Ah, you dirty rat. Hey, if we're going to take this beyond the 3-hour mark, I'd like to get this up to the 200 like mark. So we still have 40 minutes to get, I guess, 36 likes. So if you are enjoying and you want to if you want the stream to go beyond the 3-hour mark and you're enjoying, then I base that off of interest levels, and I base interest levels off of the like button. That's the only metric I know how to quantify if people are still enjoying or not. So if you are enjoying and you still have not used that like, make sure you hit the like. And let's get this up to the 200 like mark by the 3-hour mark. What's your plan? I have no plan right now. I'm sitting on my hands. I'm not quite sure I'm liking anything quite yet. But so much potential upside. Early April, the NQ was moving. Oh, yeah, no. I mean, if people want movement, then the futures is where it's at. So, Jose, if you're back here again and I'm like, if I hear you're still trading options, I'm going to lose my mind. I do see benefits to using prop firms to limit downside risk, as you said. I think you are real about the difficulty of trading and don't sell people dreams of easy money, which I appreciate. Well, thank you, Boomafu. And yeah, that's right. And that's the thing. Some people are like, well, prop firms are hard because of their rules. I'm like, well, no, prop firms are hard because trading is hard. But those rules are actually geared towards forcing you to manage risk, which is a good thing. But Pam's plan is not an argument to have for guaranteed success, but it is an argument to give you more time, as I walked through with Jose. Because if you're using your own money, especially in the world of futures or anything else, all it takes is a couple of trades. All it takes is one bad day, and your account is either gone or it's basically nothing left. But in futures, as I just demonstrated, when we did our little hypothetical, Jose had I don't even know what I did, 10 failed tests. And then he finally found a groove and went on a hot streak. And then just like that, he's ultimately net positive. Again, not guaranteed to happen. My only argument is it's more efficient in the sense of it gives you more time to figure stuff out. I buy one with your code 50. I think you meant you bought. I buy one with your code. Well, thank you. I think that's what you meant if I translated it. Just blew an account, but I have another, and it wasn't my money, so prob firms. Yeah, and I'm sure, Loyal Wiz, you learned a good lesson. And that's really what it's all about. What does a whoops, that was dumb, but I learned a lot cost you? You know? That's really the question. In the prop firm world, assuming, let's just say you're doing 50K, whoops, that was dumb. So what does that mean? Well, to fail the test, to have the prop firm take away your account, you'd have to lose over 2,000. So let's just say you do something that was dumb, but you learned a lot and you lost 2,000. Sure, you lost 2,000 in the sense of you lost the account, but how much came out of your pocket? 119. But if you did the same exact thing, had the same exact lesson with your own money, whoops, that was dumb, but I learned a lot. Well, if you're using your own money, then that's literally it literally cost you $2,000. So just speaking for me personally, I would rather have a whoops, that was dumb, but I learned a lot, cost me $119 as opposed to $2,000. So that's just, kind of a good built-in thing. Another option to use smaller size and also add a max loss to your broker. Agreed. I should have done a little while ago. Yeah, that's one thing I didn't like about Take Profit Trader when they took away their daily loss limit. I think that's a good rule. I know that made them way more popular because there's now a little bit less rules. But yeah, I think a daily loss limit is a good thing. So since you are in a prop firm, what do you do with your other investments, savings? Real estate. I like real estate. I own some farmland here in Iowa. I like land because it not only preserves wealth, but it'll also pay you, assuming you get the right type of land. Now, in many senses, land is just wealth preservation, and it's kind of a liability in the sense of it's reverse cash flow, right? Because land, you got to pay property taxes, stuff like that. So you're technically paying to own the land. But the land I have in Iowa has some farmland on it, has some other stuff that pays me. So my property taxes are paid for, my insurance is paid for, and I have a little left over. So now I have an asset that I can go out and play on with my kids, play in the creek, hunt for mushrooms, hunt for deer. We're going to build a house there, and that asset is paying me. So wealth preservation and some passive income. And that's my gripe essentially with kind of crypto and gold, precious metals. Is yeah, I understand the argument to preserve wealth, fair enough. But at this stage of my life, I want that passive income. Do you have chickens? Nope, we want to get chickens. We're living in the neighborhood right now. We just moved to Iowa in August. So right now, the pole barn is being worked on. We'd like to get chickens. I blown 3 paper accounts or the proper. Yeah, exactly. It's a good way to learn, Miss Tiny Shipping. No doubt about that. Thinking about buying some property in Montana. Cool. I should say I vaguely looked at Montana, but I wanted cash flowing land and Iowa farmland. Let's go. Where were you before? Michigan. Lived in Michigan. Is the market going to flip? Maybe. I don't know. Right now, it's starting to feel a bit too choppy. You're right. The prop firms make money from accounts blowing up. Correct. Yeah. Yep. That's how the prop firms make money. They make money because trading is hard. It should flip. We'll see. My brother, yeah, I've never been to Montana, but Montana was a little bit too far away. We still wanted to be within a day's drive back to Ohio, where my parents are, and Michigan, which is where my wife's family is at. And it's like an 8-hour drive. But Montana, that's a little bit outside of the scope. Plus, I don't know, the thought of sending kids out when there's like mountain lions and grizzly bears, I mean, we're adventurous, but I don't know if we're quite that adventurous. But in Iowa, even we had some property in northern Michigan for a while. And like to put out your trail cams and then like capture footage of black bears. And then to be walking out to your deer stand in the morning when it's dark. It's a little scary. We're in Michigan. We're in the West Michigan area. Grand Rapids area. What's Coinbase up to? I don't know. I don't track Coinbase. That's a stock. I don't day trade stocks anymore. Have you thought about a whole Field of Dreams thing? No. I'd rather make money from that slice of land rather than plow it out. Especially when we got a baseball field right in town. Hey Clay, we just had a black bear running around South KC. Is that Kansas City? Shoeless Joe, great movie. What do you day trade then? Day trade futures, man. Futures in a prop firm, that's the way to go. Anything else is a waste of capital. It's inefficient. Mathematically provable. Everyone in chat trying to find your address. No, I don't know about that. I don't think there's that many crazy people. Black bears and yeah, that's starting to get down south though. I can see that making sense. Coming up probably from Arkansas. Kind of looking like a failed V recovery. I don't know what this is looking like other than just chopping back and forth. I mean, whatever you want to look at. The 2-minute hair, just kind of chop. Then we bring down the 5-minute hair. I mean, as far as I can tell, chop. So yeah, it's I'm personally having a harder read on it right now. Maybe you see something else that you're like, what are you talking about? I see this, and this, and I'm confident for that, and that, and great. I suppose maybe you could play a breakout through here. But again, is that just going to be something where it comes up a little bit and then comes right back down? I'm just I'm just not quite sure I trust that. As it makes a move. I don't know. Do I try to catch some momentum here? I guess this is my burner account, so why not? There we go. Let's see if I can capture this breakout. Come on. Give me a break here. Come on. Took out a small allotment. Come on. Took out some more. Still got 4 left. Let's just do this at this point. I'll put my stop right below my entry point. So this thing's either going to keep breaking out or I'll get out. So let's see if I can capture the momentum. But I want the momentum to be right here, right now. Come on, keep breaking out. There we go. Another push and I'll take another one out. But I need to see a push higher. Come on. Man, such a strong break, and then it just... Come on, push, push, push. Get more green. Get more green. And now it's starting to come back down again, and I am stopped out. Oh well, winning trade. Try to give it a chance. It wants to go to the upside. I'm waiting for it to come down to 435, and I'll send a long position exit. Yeah, well, Caleb, I noticed. You didn't give us your stop loss, Caleb. That has me a little worried. Up 300, good job. Do you ever use 5-minute on your trading chart? Yeah, when I look over here, I have other time frames. And now you go. Oh, look at that. Right off, I wasn't even paying attention. I was just looking at these lines. What a beautiful job that did. Stop loss. Okay, so Caleb is actually not a true trader. Gotcha. I always kind of trying to figure people out, but the quick way to figure out how serious somebody is in their trading pursuit is their policy towards stop losses. So here we go. To be fair to Caleb, we don't know him. Maybe he was just saying that to be funny. So I'll leave that out there as a possibility. Maybe he's just joking around. But it seems halfway credible because he didn't give us a stop loss within his trade plan. Calvin, are you still here? Okay, well, what is your stop loss at then, Caleb? Or is this just a trade where you're not going to have a stop loss? Are you a degen, Caleb? What I mean is that in this case, on a 5-minute might change your entries. Well, I mean, it might, Tony. It might. Okay, fair enough. Hey, if you're a degen and you admit to being a degen, fine by me. The only ones that grind my gears, where we can all tell they're a degen, but then they're like in denial about it. It's like, no, don't lie to yourself. But hey, now we know. So that's good. Nothing but respect. As you burn through those accounts, Caleb, as a degen, hey, code Clay, man. Feed my kids as you go down the degen rabbit hole. You take pride. Well, I will tell you, not using stop losses is the opposite of taking pride in your trades. Let's see if it wants to. Yeah, Boomafu, I don't know. 1 minute he's a degen, the next he's taking pride in his trades. So I'm not, I don't know. It's coming across like he's kind of just making things up as he goes, which is fine. Assuming you're new and assuming you realize that you're just making things up as you go. Hey, we still need 24 likes. We only got 25 minutes. If this stream is going to go beyond the 3-hour mark, we got to get this up to 200 likes. So if you have a like and you haven't used it yet, but you are enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. I will keep going if people are still interested. And the only way I can figure out if people are still interested is via that like button. So make sure you hit that like. Let's get this up over the 200 like mark. Buy it right here with a push over 71. Okay, Tony, but where's the stop loss at? If we're buying at 71, where's your stop loss and where's your target, Tony? You're missing 2 other important numbers. We got your entry. You want to buy at 71. Okay, well, where's your stop and where's the target? Just under half point on the last 1 minute candle. Well, what's that value? I assume, Tony, you're looking at a chart right now. What is that value? Let's see if it wants to come up a bit more. I am not right now. Oh, gotcha. All right. Fair enough. Ken is in long. Uh-oh. And I'm thinking of trying to go short. Uh-oh. Maybe this is very unwise of me to be going against Ken. In. How did it not fill me there? There we go. Little scalp. Hindsight will be the judge. If this thing comes on down, I'm going to be sitting here saying, why did I scalp? So right now, I'm hoping Ken makes money and it explodes. That way, I will feel good about choosing to scalp. But yeah, if this thing comes down more, I'm going to be not happy with my decision. It's too dangerous now. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by it's. I guess my week summarized. I choose to scalp, it goes whew. I choose not to scalp, and I could have had green, but then it goes against me. You know, this is my week summarized right here. Well, then what's the trade plan? Caleb, are you one of these broad statement arbitrary quarterbacks? After a decent push, I would be surprised if it don't come down at least a little bit before it goes up more. Well, then tell us how you're going to make money from that. We can all sit around and say, I think it's going to go back up and then down, down, and back up. And then it's like, well, did you make any money? No, but I was right. It's like, no, we want practical. We need details, Caleb. So that big old blurb that you just typed up, how would you make money from that? Give us, again, an entry point, a stop loss, and a target price. But you got to give us these numbers before the price goes to those areas. Will not pass. Emo's starting to drive me nuts. Emo, you're driving me nuts. I gotta shoot straight. As an FYI to anybody, if you want to press my buttons and grind my gears, talk in certainties like Emo just did. Will not pass 466. That's true, Nas. Nothing wrong with sit on hands orders. The SOH is the most powerful trade as traders. SOH, that's the best trade you can take. Sit on hands. That's true. More than valid. In fact, MO, I'm telling you this right now. If this thing comes up through 466, you getting banned. Because that means you lied. You're a liar. We don't want liars around here. And I think that's fair. You said it will not pass 466. If it passes there, you're a liar. I don't like liars. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, MO. But you know what, Adam? At least you said you think, right? You didn't say will. You didn't make any guaranteed statement. So I get the joke, Adam. That's funny. But still, at least you said you think. MO knocking on the door. Are we going to get a ban? Is MO a liar? Ooh. Oh, MO. So, whew, maybe he's not a liar. I've watched your videos for years and just joined your live. Never seen that before. Yeah, the live, well, live is kind of new, Adam, but good to have you. Well, again, Caleb, all I'm saying is like you're just armchair quarterbacking stuff with broad statements. If you want the chef's kiss of like statements, then like again, before the price gets to the levels, tell us the entry, the stop loss, and the target. But yeah, to be fair, we can't all look back in the past and say, okay, well, yeah, there was a consolidation here, but it held strong, and then we got the breakout right there. It's like, okay, well, yeah. I mean, that's not worthless information, but it's kind of something everybody can do. MO still about 10 points away from a ban. All right, I think we can do it. Got 18 minutes to get 11 more likes. So if you're enjoying and if you want me to take this beyond the 3-hour mark, make sure you hit that like button. We got to push this up over 200 likes. So if you're sitting there and you still have a like and you're enjoying, you want to keep the party going, hit that like button. Yep, the highs. That's the area for MO. We're calling that the liar line. Let's get this mapped out here. Let's get the liar line mapped out. 60, there it is. Right there. That is the liar line. What's a good color for a liar line? We'll just go with white. Okay, there is the liar line. No, because if it goes up through white, that means they're not pure, right? Because they're a liar. We want pure people. It's getting, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if the price crosses through that liar line. Again, for those that maybe just started, MO showed up and said it will not pass through 466. He doesn't think it will. It doesn't seem likely. It seems as though the probability suggests it won't. Nothing like that. He said it will not. It will not happen. Therefore, if it does, that means he's a liar. We don't like liars around here. Hey, George, good to see you. Or not see you. Welcome, I should say. Hello, Spy 595. Yeah, I don't know. Don't really watch the Spy around here. We're trading futures. Because you said it will not happen, MO. You didn't say it might not happen. You said it will not happen. So if it does happen, that means you lied. Because you told us it will not happen. Did you forget your comment? You said will not pass 466, Clay. So we'll see. We'll see. So far, you're not a liar. Not a liar. The price Shall not pass. Oh, yeah. Well, your prediction. No, it wasn't a prediction. It was a guarantee. You said it will not. You didn't say it might not. You didn't say I don't think it will. You didn't say the odds suggest it won't. You said it will not pass. That is a statement. So your prediction is a statement. Your prediction, what you're saying is like will happen. Therefore, if the opposite of what you predicted said will for sure happen, that would make you a liar. But well, I mean, right now you're hey, I'll give credit where credit's due. You're not a liar. It has not gone through there. It has not passed through. But I don't like liars. Nobody here. I don't want a culture of liars in here. So we got to clean house. No one knows the future, Clay. I agree. Why did you say that it won't pass 466 then? Why did you say it will not happen? Correct, Caleb. I'm not too interested in having a chat box filled with a bunch of armchair quarterback broad statement traders. Because those people can never be wrong. They can sit there and talk trash all the time. See, I told you so. See, I was right. No. I'm nervous for him, though. This looks like kind of a nice little pattern here. I'm nervous for him. Ooh. The liar line. So uh-oh. Yeah, I agree. I'd probably call it more of a bull pennant, but same general idea. Oh, no, Mo. You didn't just lie to us. You said it will not pass. You said it will not pass that white line. Mo, please don't tell me you lied to this group. We can't have liars here. It's got to go through because you said will not pass. Oh, Mo, sorry, my friend. Ain't got no room for liars. Where's Mo at? He got to go. And Mo is gone. Don't lie. Don't lie. I like this group. I like the culture we're creating here. So I'm going to protect the culture. I'm going to protect the group. If you're going to show up, talk a big game, and it doesn't happen, well then, by definition, now to be clear, had that person said, I don't think it will, or it doesn't seem likely, or my strategy suggests the odds are it won't happen, no problem at all. No problem at all. But if you're going to sit there and say, it will not pass something, or it will go down to that level, and it doesn't happen, that by definition makes you a liar. Yeah, had the nice bull pennant, got the break right here on the volume. We'll see if we can get more follow through. We're at the, hey, we need one more like for the JJ effect. And then this will go beyond the 3-hour mark. So hit that. We need one more like just to ensure the JJ effect. Or I should say to protect against the JJ effect. All right. They're broke. And the JJ effect is just, it's something that's, only the longer time viewers here will know about the JJ effect. But JJ was a fella, lived in his mom's basement. He was eating some meatloaf, talking a bunch of trash. Some people, myself included, pushed back against some of the crazy things he was saying. And he was like, fine, I'm taking away my like. And the like dropped down. So there are some JJs out there where if you don't tell them exactly what they want to hear, and if you don't agree with every word they say, I'm going to take my like away. So we've always got to create some buffer. Mo is no Mo. That is true. That is true. Mo is no Mo. The wild thing about that is we've had 2 people with Mo, which I assume stands for, like, is short for momentum, and both of those have now been banned. So I don't know. Maybe it was the same person. I have no idea. I don't know what's going on with, like, if you get Mo in your name, like, I'm skeptical. I know, it wasn't harsh at all. Flat out lied. This should be advice rather than entertainment. What should be advice rather than entertainment? All of this is entertainment. I know nothing. Looks good. I am out. All right. No, Gene, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to disappoint you. This is all entertainment. If you take anything I say as advice, you're not too bright. Because I'm not too bright. Hey, JMO. All right, well, JMO, you're kind of on the chopping block. In like a weird, indirect way, you're kind of on the chopping block by default. See what? I had to. That was a big lie. He said it will not pass 466, and look at it. Nice breakout, though, of that bull pennant. See, Caleb, if you weren't here armchair quarterbacking, yapping your lips, man, you would have made some good money on that. You called it out beautifully. Or did you take that trade? Great call on your part. All right, we need to do some house. All right, the liar line, we can get that out of there. That exposed, wow. Okay. We'll get rid of that line. So, okay. Doesn't this chat distract you from making a trade all the time? All the time. There's been many instances where I think I talked about this yesterday, but I'm looking at the chart, but I'm actually not comprehending what I see because I'm actually focused on answering the question that somebody asked. So I'm thinking about how to answer and I'm talking. So right now, even doing so, I look at the chart, but I'm not really comprehending what's going on. I see a rising wedge. I'm not quite sure I'm there with you quite yet. Might close here if it hits 480. Roger that. Hey, JMO, you're doing well. Good to see you. What platform am I using? That is twofold. Fold number one is I am trading through a prop firm. So if you want to get to the exact situation of what I'm doing, I'm using Take Profit Trader, which is the link at the top. Step one would be you need to check or select your purchasing power that you want. And then down here, it'll ask you during the checkout process. And the one that I'm using that you see is Tradeovate. The key thing here is you do not need to go to Tradeovate and create a separate account. Take Profit Trader, the prop firm, will do all that for you. So you get to skip that step. And then they'll send you the login and username. And then you can log right into Tradeovate. It's a dip, AYA. I thought it was a typo a couple times. It's not a dib. It's a dip. D-I-P. Dip. I will throw out a buy order right there. Actually, let's move it down right there. There we go. I have not tried using it with TradingView. Nope. I know some people do, but I have not. All right, let's see if I can buy this pullback here. Needs to come down a bit more. Oh, come on. I should probably be closer to the... Oh, yeah. That's nice. I like that spicy. Look at this. I can get the lows of all these candles and the 21 EMA basically at the same spot. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. No, you're all right, AYA. Just letting you know. It's a dip, not a dib. All the trend lines for that last week just broke on the ES. So I take it that Guitars and Adam is trading the ES. Very cool. Ken's out at the top. Very good. I needed to pull back all the way into the middle of last week. Alrighty. I like seeing people here thinking for themselves, holding themselves accountable. That's good stuff. I wonder if it will form another smaller flag here. Maybe. I'm gonna wait and see if it wants to pull back to that green line. Maybe I'm being a totally unrealistic greedy savage by making that my requirement. If it does want to build something out up here, though, I could see myself maybe change into a new entry point area. But for now, I'm going to stick with that. Come on. And this is a nice uptrend right now. Down, up, down. See if we can get one more. Gotta be patient, though. Sometimes that's what trading is. Just patience. Just sitting around, waiting. All right, come on. Come down some more. Is that where my original entry point was? I can't remember. I don't remember what I moved it down from. Would I have been filled right here? Coco Chini, hello. All right, here we go. Coming down. Come on. In. Out for a nice little scalpy scalp there. I like it. All right, let's look for another potential. I'll now try down here if it wants to come down some more. Once again, I probably chose wrong. Just my exit method, do the opposite. So if I choose to let it work for me, make sure you scalp. And if I choose to scalp, make sure you just sit there and let it work for you. That'll be how you make a lot of money today. Again, if I sit there and say, I'm going to scalp, make sure you don't scalp. Make sure you no, I'm going to let this work for me. If I say, hey, I'm going to let this work for me, make sure you choose to scalp. That's the holy grail right now. Do I try a buy here? Try to capture it if it comes back up? Maybe. We'll see. If we can get, let me look. If I could get another candle that comes down through and then comes back up, another hammer, I'll look to maybe play some sort of upwards movement like that. But right now, I'm willing to play another. Yes, I'm making weird noises. Let's go right here. Like that. Oh yeah. I like that. I like that a lot. But like I said, if this wants, come on, bounce off here again. Okay, all right. If it comes back down and then, yep, just like this, buy right there. But if it keeps dropping, I'm gonna have to cancel that out. There. In. There we go. Let's see if we can get some push to the upside now. How did I not get filled there? So jumpy and choppy. I was not fast enough on the scalp, I guess. There we go. And wouldn't you know it, back into the green on this one. All right. After my first trade, remember that was down like 300 something. See? See what I mean? If I choose to scalp, wait, let me get that order out of there. Whew. If I choose to scalp, that means you hold and let it work for you. Do the opposite of my exit, okay? Like I was just telling people. If you do the opposite of how I'm, because literally everything I do is wrong when it comes to how should I manage the exit. If I choose scalp, I should just sit back and let it work. Have a buy order in at 449 with a stop at 445. Roger that. We are at the 3-hour mark at 210 likes. Very good. If you are enjoying, make sure you do hit that like button. I'll keep pushing it, but I got to make sure people are still enjoying. So if you are enjoying, communicate that to me via hitting that like button. Please. I don't know. Is this another one? Do I try to buy again here? How many points would that be? Kind of, I wouldn't like where my stop would be. So, all right, let's see if it wants to maybe try to form some sideways action right around here. But we'll see. I do it for the Dumb and Dumber quotes. I love it. Buy order just above the 50 and 200. With a stop at 430. All right. All right. We'll see if it wants to pull back there. Clay, Emo is a member. Oh, really? All right, how do I unban people? Who is he? All right, let me see if I can figure out. Good grief. All right, let's see if I can find Mo. Come here, Mo. Oh, boy. I don't know. Mo's just going to have to create a new name. Tell Mo to create a new name. Because I don't know how to find him in here. Tell Mo he's got to just create a new screen name. Which is possible because somebody has created like 10 of them. Yes, let Mo know to stop lying, though. All right, we are getting some interesting action here. So it could be getting ready for another. You got to figure it. You're able to unban people, Austin? You found Mo? All right. I guess. All right, cool. Yeah, this area. I'm just going to go with 5 instead because this is kind of a sketchy trade. Okay, in. Just click the 3 buttons on there. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, it must have worked because it's still just telling me that I could put him in timeout. So which means, Mo, are you here? Can you type? I'm using many time frames. This is the 2-minute that we're currently watching. Trying to add 5 more here, which would bring me up to my normal 10 that I've been doing anyhow. Why do I choose to scalp? Well, I don't always choose to scalp, but on some days it's just better to be scalpy unless you enjoy getting chopped to pieces. But on the live stream, people have seen plenty of trades where it's not scalping. But why do we... Well, sometimes I choose to scalp because if I think it's going to be a choppy move, I don't want to sit there and wait around. I like the 5 minutes still. There we go. Stop is that red line. Not the greatest stop location, but I really don't have any other choices. And then it gets rejected right at the blue line. That's my average price. Uh-oh. Not feeling so good after that move. And I am stopped out. Looks like a second leg down to the VWAP. Okay, well, how are you gonna monetize that? So are you already short the futures king? Are you short? Where's your stop loss at? Or where are you gonna? I should say, where are you gonna get short? More accurately. This is kind of my, Hey, if we can get this up to 225 in the next 5 minutes, I'll get super aggressive on this pullback. But it needs to happen quick while this pullback is still happening. So if you want to see some aggressive trading, because this is my burner account, which was explained all the way back at 11 a.m. Eastern for the people on time. I'm not going to go through all that again. But if you want to see some aggressiveness, hit that like button. Let's get this up to 225. Come on, hurry, hurry. Well, no pun intended, but in the future, Futures King, let us know like practical alerts. Like not like broad statement, what you think. Just be like, hey, because I think this is going to happen, this would be my plan. I'd enter with my stop and a target. All those numbers before it gets there. And then that would be fantastic, the Futures King. So like I said, no pun intended, but on all future alerts, do it that way. Come on, 4 more. This is like a nice setup though. Two more. Come on. I like this. I like the pullback. I think I can get some sort of bounce of it at some point. You need 2 more likes though. Trying to gauge if people are even interested in some more aggressive trading. But right now it doesn't seem so. Okay, there it is. All right. Okay. If it comes down more, I'm going to buy another 10. Blue line is my entry point, so if that candle goes up above the blue line, that'll at least put me in the green. There we go. Or is this thing just going to bleed into oblivion? Again, blue line is my average price. Bummer, I did not get my full size down there. Now it's bouncing. Ah. I'd be in the green. Would have been in the green there. Just push up through the blue line. Do you notice every single time? Again, that blue line is my average price. Come on. Again, blue line is the average of my 22 contracts MNQ. So I have basically 2.2 NQs. Come on, Bears. I'm out to ban you. There we go. Oh, I wish I would have gotten that other. I could have had 40 for that move. Bounce, roast MYM. Let's go, Bulls. Roast him. Roast him. Or her, whatever you are, MYM. Come on, bounce. Roast him. Man, usually I'm not rooting for people to lose money, but while I'm in a trade, if you're like rooting against it, then I'm going to do it. I want to see this thing bounce. Yeah, bounce, bounce, bounce. Let's go. Roast him. Roast him. I'm kind of kidding, but I'm also kind of serious. Like, that was messed up, man. No, I want come on Bulls. Might look to take another trade down here. It does seem to be trying to bottom out here. So we'll see. Maybe another long here. I like the 5-minute too. This is starting to look pretty spicy. Is this finally, if this finally bottoming out, we're going to get some curl back upwards? We'll see, but 5 minutes is looking pretty good. I hope so. I hope it bounces hard. Let's go Bulls. Thanks, Futures King. Still thinking about maybe a long, but want to see how this continues to play out here. Yeah, it's getting hung up here quite a bit in this general area. What is that? Yep. Or, okay, now we're getting that trend line in place there. Is that the short? Where are you at, MYM? What's your stop at? I don't know. MYM might be curled up in a corner right now, sucking his thumb, and we don't know. You okay, MYM? You all right? Where's your stop at? Let's make sure you have a stop in just in case. I don't actually want you to get roasted. Hello, MYM, where are you? We're getting worried about you. Please tell us you have a stop in. Oh boy. Oh boy, MYM. Where are you? Dude, what are you doing? Why are you trading options? What in the world? See what I mean? Theta already got him. What are you doing? Not only are you rooting against my trades, you're day trading options after I just gave you the whole explanation. What are you doing? Like genuine, like angry but passionate, but like frustrated in a good way because I don't like when people are like, why? And like seriously, you can use somebody else's code. This is nothing with using my code for the prop firm. But like, what are you doing? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I know some people say, like, they genuinely care about others, but you're like, okay, you're just saying that for the money. And I understand you could say that about me. And let's be clear, I am still, this is a for-profit business, but I like genuinely care. Like, it drives me insane. Insane. Again, MYM, I'm not asking you, in fact, don't use code Clay. But, like, what are you doing? Why are you day trading options when you already earlier explained how Theta is so rotten? And then you just tell us right here how Theta already got you. Like, explain. I want to know your logic. Why are you doing something that is mathematically provable? A terrible decision. Why? Again, none of this is my opinion. It literally makes no sense. Sense being defined as logic. Logic being defined as math, because that's what math is, right? Math brings structure, and that's what logic is. It's structure. So when I say you're literally doing something that makes no sense, I mean that in every literal way. What are you doing? Especially when I understand if you don't actually quite get it when it comes to the day trading options, that's fine. But MYM does, yet he's still doing it. What are you doing? He's busy buying new... No, he's not. He's day trading options, apparently. I am locked into this place since yesterday. I'm not quite sure that answers my question. Why are you day trading options when you know about theta and know how terrible it is? Why are you still choosing to do that? Why? Like, I want everybody to make money. In day trading options, every time you buy, you have a 67% chance to lose money. Stop doing that to yourselves. Hopefully it's not a weekly. He's busy. Yeah, I don't know. We got Caleb. I guess to Caleb's credit, he already admitted to be a degenerate, so that's fine. He's trading meme coins, whatever. So he's a degen anyways. But to his credit, like we said earlier, he's not in denial about it. He already admitted to being a degen. So good job, Caleb. Good job with your degen ways. I think the record of likes is 250. I think we could be in record-breaking territory with likes. So if you want to be in a part of a record-breaking stream, hit that like button. We're within striking distance. I'm looking to get into futures, but don't know how. Yeah, the best way to do that is the link that you see at the top. If you go there, that'll be a prop firm, and that prop firm will put you into the market to trade futures in a protected way because very little of your money is going to be required. So that's the best way, in my opinion, to get into it. It's through a prop firm. Here we call that Pam's Plant. Right here, Pam's Plant. So if you want to use the prop firm that I'm using, that I would recommend, and if you want to support the channel, check out the link that is either tagged in the chat box there or just right at the top of the screen, and use code CLAY to ensure that you get the discounts and all that, and also to support the channel. So that's how you get into futures right there. So watching, kind of a lot of choppiness right here. 5 minutes still has me thinking long, though. We'll see. Still can't believe that MYM. That was amazing. Rooting against me. Like, you can root against me. That's fine. But, like, you don't have to say it in the chat. That's just flat out savage. I'm going to give it a shot Monday. Well, Jose, we are 100% win rate here in the sense of anybody that used to day trade something else other than futures and they've gone and tried and then come back, every single person so far has said, oh yeah, futures is way better. I would maybe try a scalp short here, the wicks below. Like you said, you live on land that pays for its... Well, yeah, I have some farmland. So a farmer pays me to rent that land. And I also have CRP, which all of you Americans are helping to pay for. So thank you. CRP being Conservation Resource Program. So some of my land, I think I'm saving quail. I think another part of the land, it's like some sort of butterfly that I'm saving. I don't know. It came with the purchase. It's all tax dollars, though. So thank you. And myself, thank me to me for paying some of my CRP. We are saving butterflies and quails. Do prop firms train? No. If you want to learn, though, MYM, since you ask, I train. There you go. Do with it what you will. Wait, didn't I already link this to you? I'm having maybe a case of deja vu right now. I could have sworn that I've already sent that to you. Okay, Kim, have you ever had any problems with payouts on the... No, nope. That's one of the main reasons I'm using them. I've been paid. Many others have been paid. And as I was telling somebody earlier, they've been around long enough where if they were sketchy and kind of a scam... Because somebody asked earlier, is this prop firm regulated? And I say, not technically, no, but they're regulated by the consumer. Meaning they've been around long enough, whereas if they had a sketchy track record of not paying people... social media would have lit them up by now. It would be well known. But they pay. Yeah, Futures King right here. Yes. So valid concern, but like I said, I only put my name next to 2 prop firms. I know some streamers out there, they have like 8 of them. And I'm not saying that's wrong per se. And maybe I'll eventually get to that point. I have no idea. But right now, I just have my name next to 2 because they've both been around for a significant amount of time and both have a track record of paying. So just a buy or short here. I think I'm going to in. Watching the 5-minute over there. So out there for a little bit of a scalp. Which means don't scalp. This thing's probably getting ready to head straight up. It's probably at minimum getting ready to head right there. Because I chose to scalp. So back in the green there. Right there. So that's, yeah, that's been kind of all over the map today. I'm tempted to try another one there if it wants to come back up to that. I took a short at 437. Where's your stop at? Ooh, okay. Childlike Innocence was trying to play the breakdown. Where's your stop at? I can see the logic of the short. I decided to play. I personally tried to play the bounce of the tread line, and I got the bounce for the scalp. Stop 465. Stop is up here. All right. Well, a lot of wiggle room on that one, so it'll take quite a bit. Hey, Brian, where you been? Been busy last couple weeks. Glad to see the stream still going strong. Yeah, we're actually potentially in a record-breaking territory because I think a record is 250 likes. Oh, boy. Do I get long here again? Pretty tight stop. My profit is at 400. All right, so the profit target down here. All right, so a wide stop, but to be fair, also a wide target. Could be a small W pattern for me. That's true. But as I always say on the stream, if you want to play the could, would, or could, might, maybe game, you'll never take a trade in your life. In fact, you'll never leave your house. Because if you walk outside, you could get hit by a truck. But then again, if you stay inside, a plane could drop out of the sky and drop on your house. So yeah, playing the could game is risky business. Those that play could never do. There we go. I just made that quote up on the spot. Well, it hit my buys and didn't hit my stops while I was in the kitchen. Hey, that is a good... You're off to a good start. I'm doing a trailing stop. Roger that. Roger that. I mean, 5-minute does look... I mean, it doesn't look terrible by any stretch for potential... I mean, it really leveled out here. Now it's starting to, head back upward. So we'll see if it can try to push even higher. Okay, all right, all right. Like I said, I chose to scalp. Should not have chosen to scalp. Do the opposite that I do. One question. Cannot understand how to cut the contracts. For example, in your case, you have 5 contracts. How to cut from 5 to, let's say, 3 contracts when I'm in trade. Right here. If you start with 5 and you want to get rid of 2, well, then come up here, click that to 2, and then... sell. Or you could do right here. Sell 2 or buy. That's how you do it. You just change your contract sizes up there. What kind of laptop or PC am I using? Clay, I didn't know you trade live like this. Yeah, I've been doing it for about 3 months now, Mikey. I will just say this. This is the people that bought or built my computer for me. I have nothing but good things to say about them. So I'll send you this link and you can check it out. But this is the company. Maybe you want to do it on your own or whatever. I don't know, Caleb. But I'd say check out that guide. Like I said, this is who built my computer, my desktop. I don't have a whole lot of information on it because I don't know. They just built it for me. It works. It's great. It's fast. They're a good company to work with. And I don't get anything. If you sign up for that guide, I get zero. I'm just doing that because, like I said, I'm happy with their product. Well, quite the bounce. Hard to know if this is... Maybe try to buy a little bit of a miniature pullback down around here. So I guess I could do this in the spirit of being aggressive, which you guys all hit the like button and wanted me to get aggressive, so I will stay in aggressive mode. I could start here by like 10, 10, 10, and then stop down there. So if I'm wrong, it'll be a red day for sure. Clay, is this a typical Friday afternoon price action? I'd say this whole week has been a little bit not so good. It's been a struggle bus of a week. I explained kind of where I'm at right now, back at the beginning at 11 a.m. So I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. But right now, I'm basically through the prop firm because of the way prop firms are set up. You can kind of hold yourself accountable but in smart ways. So that's what I'm doing right now. I am managing risk via the prop firm, via having myself in an account where if I go on tilt out of pure frustration, because it's been a frustrating week, yes, I'll lose this particular account, but my overall prop firm, placement will be just fine. So I'm kind of, like I said, I'm acknowledging that I'm a little bit frustrated, and I've been frustrated this whole week. So that's why I started this brand new account. And if I blow it, not a big deal. So I don't mind getting aggressive and all that, just based on how I've set things up. So if it does want to pull back here, I am going to do that. So I'll go for buy 10 right here, 10 MNQs. If it wants to... Oh, come on, don't leave me behind. So we'll see if it wants to pull back. Hey, let's hit that like button. We still got a lot of people here. How are we not at 250 likes yet? Let's just set the record if you're enjoying. And we're at 3.5 hours. Let's just put this up to 250 likes. Come on now. Looking to go long at that green line if it wants to pull back. And then potentially look to add in some more because I do have a pretty well-defined line in the sand down below these lows. So if it wants to pull back, I'm willing to try to step up to the plate, take a swing. I don't know. Do you buy at 460? Get up through there. I could see that making sense too. Looking for a breakout. I don't want to take it on this candle. Let's see how this candle forms. But I am now potentially interested in buying at 460 with the idea of a pushing up to that area. Or, of course, if it wants to drop down to that green line, interested in going long. But we got to see. $243 likes. All right. Come on down. Okay. Come on. A little bit more. How did it not film me there? Could have sworn it hit that line, but I guess didn't quite hit it enough. Oh, look at that beautiful bounce. Oh. Well, I could definitely use that as my stop now. Yeah, so I could risk 10 points. Yeah. All right, I'll risk 10. Maybe even better. If this wants to come down here and then come back up. There we go. I'll buy at that Oh, never mind. Too big of a risk profile now. All right, never mind. Uh-oh. Do we got trouble in paradise here or what? Am I here alone? Is anybody here? The chat box went silent. It's a very bizarre feeling. I feel like I'm sitting here talking to myself now. Is there anybody else here? Hello? Hello? The like button's not moving. Seems like, did this just freeze up on me? What's going on here? Oh, all right. There's people here. All right, all right. Literally, the like button was not budging. There was no more messages. I hit the... Thank you, Living Awesome. You're awesome for hitting the like button, Living Awesome. Locked in a big trade. Good job. Good job. We're here. All right. All right. Good. That was a very bizarre feeling. Is that chart aligned with SPX? You don't want to trade SPX. The Hulk, get away from SPX. How long have you been a trader? I guess technically I started in 2006, but that was more like I was a great penny stock investor. Do you discuss total earnings? No. All I've said, and as long as I've always said, I make enough to make it worth my time. No, I am not a full-time trader. Full-time traders do not exist. Before you tell me, well, what about so-and-so, yeah? Who's that? Well, I watch their YouTube channel. Well, they're not a full-time trader, are they? They have many streams of income, which is a good thing, which is what I argue for. So, but yes, trading, amongst much else, is what I do. But I am not a full-time trader. I've never been. I never could be. It'd be way too much pressure, but I've never met a full-time trader. All successful traders that I know about, they have other streams of income, which is good. Because like I said, that's what wealthy people do. Every wealthy person I've studied has got those many streams of income. Where the huzz at? I don't know what huzz is. I'm an old man. I'm not hip to the lingo. And 460 still a potentially interesting. What is power hour? The last hour of the day. SPX is options. Options have theta. You don't want to deal with theta in options. That's what's wrong with it. It's an option. Options have theta. Theta means that you have a 67% chance of losing money every time you buy an option. I'm going to buy at that green line. Okay, in. Are we going to get some follow through? Sometimes it can be sour hour. Yeah, that's true. Come on, you're going to break or no? Power hour is the hour before my... Yeah, exactly. What trading platform is this? I am using a prop firm known as Take Profit Trader. And then during the checkout process of signing up for your Take Profit Trader account, they will ask you what platform you want to use, and I'm using Tradeovate. Come on. I'll take 2 out up there at that red line if it can get some push through. I suppose in case there's actually a spike. Better throw that out there too. Come on. 4 points in. Trading that flower power. I don't know what flower power is. I haven't heard of that one. See, I choose not to scalp. I could have been in the green, but I'm choosing not to scalp, which means this will probably be a losing trade. Because literally, whatever I choose to do, the opposite happens. See? Look at that. Did not fill me. Are you kidding me? All right, I'm about to just bail. It's working in my head. My mind is playing games with me. All right, I'm out. I'm done with this nonsense. Done. Broke the rules of that trade plan because this is garbage. Garbage. It's going up. We'll see. I mean, it did go up. I made money from it. We'll see if it keeps going up, but way too much hesitation on for my liking. That's why I'm out. Way too much hesitation. Beautiful pattern, got the break, and is now just putzing around. Just putzing around. Hey, we set a new record. I think 251 likes. That's good. What is Huzz, Leon? You're so cool, dude. Fill us with Huzz. What does Huzz mean? Or somebody else? Christian, what is flower power? I don't know what that is. Yep. Look at that. I'm glad I got out. Garbage. Pure garbage. And this is why I'm in this account. Can you tell I'm irritated and frustrated? Yes, yeah, every day at 11 a.m. Usually I'm here a little early, but 11 a.m. is the latest. I'm holding since you scalped. You're a wise man, Loyal Wiz. Power hour. Christian said flower power. And I did not know what flower power. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Loyal Wiz. Uh-oh. Where's your stop at, Loyal Wiz? All I know is I'm feeling good about getting out where I did with this garbage action. I couldn't time a breakout and continuation to save my life this week. Again, it was a green week. It was green days like you're seeing here. But as far as ever capturing something and really getting it, this was the most recent example. Gave it time, gave it time, gave it time. I just didn't want to go. 450. All right. Whoo! Still in, Loyal Wiz. Looks like... Look at that. Yep. Good job, Loyal Wiz. You're getting paid. Not me. I still got... What is... Or what was it? Huzz. Leon, what's Huzz? Tell me what Huzz is. What's the best strategy to make in futures? One that works for you, Paul. One that does not cause you to sweat or get nervous or feel like you're on a roller coaster. That's the best one. The one where you're not anxious, Paul. And I don't know what that one's going to be for you. Huzz is basically the new way of saying partner or ladies. Gotcha. Clay, do you know why the chart on Tradeovate looks different than the chart on Webull or Mumu? I do not know. Nope. I'm not even sure if I could offer up a guess. Yeah, I'm not. I don't know. I don't know. Good question. Are the I don't know. Are the Mumu and Webull, are they delayed data? I'll have to make that my guess. Maybe those ones are like 15 minutes delayed because you're not paying for something. Yes, I am on the 2 minute here, which you can see right over here. 2 minute. But when I look over that way, there's another monitor, and I have other time frames over there. AYA, like I said, please do not bring up other people's names because I really don't know who a lot of other people are. I just kind of keep my head down, and I don't want my channel to be responsible for funneling funneling somebody to some channel that's who knows what. So feel free to talk about people or whatever in general, but leave the names out. Again, I'm not saying that anybody you talk about is a scammer or I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I simply just don't know who all the people are, especially with ever since COVID showed up. Seems like everybody and their brothers, uncles, somebody on TikTok. So I'm like, I can't keep up with it. I don't keep up with it. And I just don't want to risk having somebody here being directed to some, who knows what. So yeah, please and thank you. Just keep people's names out of the chat. I'm glad you're doing this live trading. You were one of my first mentors when I began 2018. Cool, Big Mike. Well, good to have you here. Hopefully you show up some more. Well, good, Caleb. Hopefully you put your money where your mouth is and use code CLAY whenever you're ready to go with Take Profit Trader account. Or I suppose Apex. For any advanced traders here, advanced prop firm traders that you use Apex, if you enjoy the channel and want to support me through Apex, code CLAY, so my kids can eat. Gotta say, having the live stream running on the side is a great thing. Well, good, LMD. I'm glad I can offer, keep you company a little bit. I don't know if it's always good company, but I'll try my best to make it good company, but company nonetheless. I'm sure I won't need a firm. Why don't you need a firm, Caleb? Oh, wait, never mind. I forgot who Caleb is. Never mind. I forgot you're a degen. Never mind. Do you think it'll dip lower anytime soon? I guess I don't know. How much do you mean dip? I know, I keep forgetting he's a degen, so there's no point in trying to have a rational discussion. But again, to his credit, he's not in denial about it. He's like, yeah, I am a degen. That's fine. If you are a degen and you are aware and admit to it, so be it. I just don't like the people that are degens that don't admit to it, because then you try to help them out, but then it just is a total waste of your time because they're actually a degen. Feel shorty? Oh, I'm feeling longy here. If anything, this looks like a long. Well, first time here today. Like your say. Hey, thanks, Rick. Appreciate it. It's Friday, Clay. You got any plans with the family for the weekend? No. We're all kind of, like, we're getting better, but it's still kind of sketchy with the sickness. We were supposed to do Top Golf tonight. In fact, with Apple Trader in the chat room, we're supposed to do Top Golf with him and some other couples, but one of our friends had to travel for work. My family's kind of got sickness everywhere, so it has been postponed. So now that I think about it, there was a plan at one point in time to do Top Golf tonight. Not with the family, though, just with the adults. I think that was supposed to be tonight, though. Am I right, Jim, or am I mixing things up? Wasn't that supposed to be tonight? So yeah, we're going to do a movie night. Usually we do movie nights on Fridays anyways. I like to smoke something that's not always healthy, but hey, you know what? Non-healthy things in moderation, you'll be all right. Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, we're on the men's. Just kind of one of those situations that's Braveheart. Where's Just at tonight? Are you in singles mode? Are you in bachelor mode tonight? Is there a Top Golf in Des Moines? Yeah, there is. No. There's nothing good in Des Moines. There's nothing good in Iowa. Nobody move here. No, there's not. We'd have to go to Kansas City. We were driving all the way to Kansas City because there is nothing in Iowa. There is nothing in Des Moines. It is one big cornfield. There's traffic everywhere. Everybody's mean. Do not come to Iowa. I hear Texas is nice. I hear Tennessee is nice. I hear California is nice. I hear Idaho is nice. Florida is nice. Iowa is not nice, though. It is despicable here. Yeah, it smells like cow. There's nothing good in Iowa, okay? It's just, yeah, it's cornfields and traffic and pollution and hypodermic needles. No, taxes are really high here too. Very high taxes. I'm telling you, there is nothing nice in Iowa. So please look elsewhere if you are looking to move. Yeah, tornadoes every day. Twice a day, actually. Yep. Florida, though. I hear Florida's beautiful. South Carolina, I hear is beautiful. Has been crazy windy down there yesterday and today. Yeah, it's been a little windy. I don't know about crazy windy, but windy. Clay, I'm going to become your new neighbor. No, you mentioned, I think, Montana earlier. Yeah, Montana, I hear is beautiful. Yeah, we have earthquakes here in Iowa, tsunamis, hurricanes. What other natural disasters are there? Flooding. Yep. Avoid Iowa. That's all I'm saying. We do have volcanoes. That's true. We have volcanoes in Iowa. Yeah, just go somewhere else is nice. Go for it. Like I said, I've been liking this for the long side. I don't know if I like it enough to actually take the trade though. To put my mouth where put my money where my mouth is. Okay, I can tell we're coming up on the 4-hour mark because my speech is starting to get a little sketchy. Clay, I heard you have nice potatoes though. That makes up for it. No food grows here. It's like the moon. What's it called? Krakatoa? I don't know what that is. Here comes your 470 short. You're a madman. Madman. To short this at 470, a madman. But I got nothing but respect. He's putting it out there before it happens. So nothing but respect for that regard. Hey, if you are enjoying, hit that like button. Let's see if we can get this up to 260 likes. 475 stop. 5-point stop. I could see it. Man, I just noticed $0 in super chats. Rough one. Caleb. Another Caleb. In your opinion, do you think Holo gets a bounce soon? Where's your stop loss at on HOLO, Caleb? HOLO. Oh boy, Caleb. I am scared. Where did you buy in on this, Caleb? I'm welcome to the world of small caps, folks, and you wonder why I rant and rave and lose my mind when I hear people are trading small caps. You wonder why. Oh boy. And again, this requires all of your own money. All of your money is at risk with this sort of stuff. There are better ways. So why, oh why, Clay, do you lose your mind when somebody talks about trading small caps or low floats or stuff like this? This is why. Caleb, where'd you buy at, my friend? Where'd you buy at? To answer your question, do I think it will bounce? No. No, it could bounce, but there is nothing here. Odds suggest that it'll keep going down. And let me be very clear, that is by no means like some sort of mind-blowing thought on my part. I mean, just look at this thing. Again, it could bounce. It very well could bounce. But anybody's going to look at that and be like, well, this thing just is dropping. So no, it doesn't seem like it's going to bounce because this thing just never bounces. So no, do I think it'll bounce soon? I do not think. Based on what? Well, just look at this chart. Based on that, that's why I don't think it's going to bounce soon. Now, could you get maybe a dead cat bounce? Something like that, maybe. But I don't know if that's good enough for you. That's why I'm asking where's your entry at. But, oh, please, please. Stay away from small caps. Stay away from low floats. Stay away from all that stuff. There is better ways to be a day trader. Don't think you have to do that sort of stuff. All right, on the long. All right, force fed, you're still in by the skin of your teeth. There's a stop. Okay, Todd, well, I assume that's a swing trade, right? Todd, you're not day trading options, are you? That's a swing trade? I bailed, didn't like the mover. All right, I don't remember what I asked you, Todd. Is that no? What did I ask you? I don't remember. Is that a swing trade? Or are you day trading those options, Todd? Just answer day trade, swing trade. So are you day trading those options or are you swing trading those options? Very nice breakout here, though. Thank you, Loyal Wiz. You nailed it. You finally listened to me. I said, hey, folks, if you do the opposite of how I determine to manage these trades, you will make money. And Loyal Wiz did just that. I got to heart that. That's funny. Thank you, though, for the super chat, too. Well done. Congrats on that trade. Anybody that was short, I hope you did use that stop loss. 30 days out. Well, that doesn't really tell me anything, whether you're day trading or swing trading, Todd. That just tells me how far, where the expiration is. Like, I understand how options work. I understand what you're answering, but that doesn't answer my question. So those options that are 30 days out, are you day trading those or swing trading those? That's what I'm asking, brother. You bought at $5? I think you're the guy. Yeah, I think Caleb. That means I don't day trade. Well, no, that's not what that means. That's just telling me the type of option you're trading. You're trading an option that's 30 days out. That has nothing to do with whether or not you're day trading or swing trading. It just tells me what option you are trading. So no, with all due respect, that's not what that means. I think you bought at 5. Where's 5 at? Where's 5 at? Wait, no, that's not what you meant. $5 stop loss. I don't. Where did you buy at, Caleb? Hello, Caleb. Hello. You still have one MNQ? Good job. Oh wow, what a breakout. Good job, Loyal Wiz. Yeah, exactly, Nas. I'm not. Yeah, I don't understand. Caleb. Adrian. Name them. If you don't get that line, you are a communist. Adrian. What movie is that from? You are a total communist if you don't get that movie quote. What's it from? Come on. Come on, let's see who the commies are. Let's see who needs to be moving to China or North Korea or Cuba. All right, very good. Very good. Rocky, of course. Yeah. Loyal Wiz, I like you. I appreciate the super chat, but you got to go. You got to go. I mean, that might be one of like the most iconic lines in all of movies. That's like a gimme. Come on, Caleb. I'm trying to help you out. Give it, but you got to interact with me, buddy. I know there's like a little bit of a delay, but it isn't this much of a delay. I'm trying to help you out, brother. Just watched it last week with my son, 9-year-old. First time watching. He loved it. Yeah, he's probably wanting a box with you now. All right, brother. I try to help you. I try to help you out, Kayla, but you just are not interacting. We are at 4 hours. The likes have basically stopped going up, but even on that note, I'm pretty much mentally toasted. So we got to 4 hours, though. But yes, if you still have not hit the like button, please hit that. Just a way to support the channel. And a couple other ways to support the channel. If you do want to get into Pam's plant and you're already, or maybe you're already in the prop firm world, Code Clay works at both Take Profit Trader and Apex. Again, don't overthink it. If you are a beginner, new to the world of prop firm trading, go with Take Profit Trader. That's the link that you see at the top of the screen there. But for any of you that are here hanging out, that are intermediate, advanced prop firm traders that are with Apex, and if you enjoy, you want to support the channel, then yeah, Code Clay does also work on Apex. When are you on again? I'll be back tomorrow morning for coffee morning, or what do we call it? Saturday morning coffee, I think. So I'll be back tomorrow morning. We'll just kind of shoot the breeze, talk about some charts. Yeah, that'll probably be around, I guess, 10 a.m. Eastern. Really, I'm pretty sure I will be. Again, a good reason why just subscribe and turn on notifications so you're notified when I go live. But yeah, I plan to be on for a little bit tomorrow morning. Like I said, if you want to support the channel, hit that like button, subscribe, and then in the prop firm world, use Code Clay. That is a way that also makes this worth my time. So that is all I have. Overall, a fine day on this account. Still a frustrating week, but yeah, it is what it is. So just got to keep on grinding. So if you're frustrated this week, that's all right. That's all right. Tomorrow's a new week. No, that's not true. Next week is a new week. So just got to keep on grinding. So everybody have a good one. And for those of you that want to hang out tomorrow morning, I'll see you then. If not, I'll see you back Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Everybody have a good